Good morning. It is now 9:06 on our clock, and I'd like to start the Parks and Environment Committee meeting. Could we please have a roll call?
Councilman Ford.
Present.
And Chairman Warren.
Present. I believe we have a quorum, and we have 4 items on our agenda today. Item number 1 is an ordinance renaming Lincoln Park Pavilion in honor of Hazel Moore as the Hazel Moore Pavilion in the city of Memphis, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Swearington Washington and myself, Councilman Warren. We want to request an add-on for the first reading tonight. Could I have a motion to approve? Moved and seconded by the chair. Mr. Walker, can you please discuss?
Certainly. Nick Walker, Parks Director, City of Memphis, 2599 Avery. In the city charter, City Council has the authority to name and rename city assets. We think this is a wonderful use of that authority. There is a pavilion that was constructed within the last 6 years over in Lincoln Park, not too far from Elvis Presley, near the beauty shop of the mayor of Whitehaven, Hazel Moore. And so Councilwoman Swearington Washington and yourself have co-sponsored an ordinance to rename the facility. And we look forward to getting a sign made and having ceremony to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. We normally don't rename things like pavilions and stuff along that line. So this is sort of a special request. But she's a special lady, and I'm not going to recuse myself in the vote, but I am going to say that she has been my patient for a number of years and a friend and a supporter, and I am really honored to be able to do this. Do you have any comments, Councilman?
Yeah, downstairs, all council members.
We will ask for all council members downstairs. If we could, we'll ask before we get down there and see if we can have them all added to this as we move. Okay, but definitely Councilman Ford is on this at this point. All those in favor of this resolution, please say aye.
Aye. Before you do that, yeah, just go back over to Councilman.
Oh, Council. Oh, what we're saying is for this Lincoln Pavilion Park in honor of Hazel Moore, Councilman Ford said we should ask all council members if they want to be sponsors. We're going to do that before we go downstairs, but we're wanting to know, can we add you also?
Yes, please.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. So all those in favor of this item number 1, please say aye.
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 Chair is aye. That passes, and we'll go downstairs with a favorable recommendation to be added on for first reading. Item number 2 is a resolution to allocate, appropriate, and transfer $1,316,000 of compounded interest in the accelerated Memphis bonds to fund cost overruns for projects associated with Accelerate Memphis. And these projects are in districts 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, super districts 8 and 9. It's sponsored by administration. Mr. Walker, could you please comment?
Sure.
Moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Walker.
No, so we find ourselves in a unique situation here. When the $200 million worth of bonds were issued for Accelerate Memphis projects, the assumption was that the projects would be concluded by the end of the Strickland administration. They were not. And so as with any interest-bearing bonds, there is approximately $1.3 million in interest as of the date of this resolution that Parks is seeking to use to cover shortfalls, because again, it took us as long as anybody else to get these projects done. And so I've got them itemized here real quickly. Anyone that's been to Hickory Hill within the last couple of months, the Hickory Hill Community Center, the parking lot was in desperate need of repaving. That was $471,000. Likewise, the Willow Athletic Complex next to Marion Hill Community Center, which also serves as a maintenance compound for Memphis Parks, was in desperate need of being repaved. That was $522,000. Cost overruns on playground equipment for the several playgrounds that were done as a part of Accelerate Memphis was approximately $80,000. Exercise equipment we list the Bethel LaBelle Community Center and the McFarland Community Center, but in retrospect, we've actually had some conversations about the size of the McFarland Community Center and the ability for fitness equipment to fit in there. And so we're actually pivoting that from the McFarland Community Center to Burt Ferguson Community Center. And so we will replace the fitness equipment at Bethel LaBelle, but I want to be careful because we typically, when we ask for an appropriation, we stick to that appropriation. And then lastly, the Fraser Raleigh Senior Center. Unfortunately, 3 times since I've been the parks director, the copper from the units has been stolen, leading to the most used space in the senior center, which is the dance floor, the really nice parquet dance floor in the middle of the senior center, being unusable because of the heat. And so we contracted, General Services contracted Robinson Mechanical to move the units up onto the roof at no small cost. And so $164,000 was the additional cost on top of the repairs, which were funded by Accelerate Memphis. We thought this was a good use of the money to ensure that the asset was protected. So if you total all of that up, it comes to $1,316,000.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. That is a crying shame about people who would actually steal and damage air conditioning equipment for a very small amount of money and causing a large amount of damage. That would be one of the things that we hope our citizens could possibly. Any discussion on this for anyone else? Let the record show Councilwoman Cooper Sutton is here, and I forgot to say Councilwoman Walker also is here. Okay, all those in favor of this, please say aye. Any opposed? As chair is an aye. I believe the ayes have it. That will go down with a favorable recommendation. Okay, item number 3 is a resolution to approve a use agreement between the City of Memphis through its Division of Parks and Miracle League of Memphis to fundraise and project manage the construction of an accessible ball field at Toby Park, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. May I have a motion? Moved by Ford, seconded by Spinoza, who is now here. Let the record show. Council, go ahead, Chief.
I appreciate it. For some reason, Dr. Warren keeps wanting to elevate my title. I'm good with director.
I'm trying to move you up, man.
No, I get you. I'm just teasing.
Yeah.
I've actually got a presentation, if y'all can throw it up on the screen, hopefully. A group, this is one of the, City Council has asked us multiple times when we look at partnerships to make sure that a partnership is a true partnership. Oh, do I need to click something? Okay, I got you. He'll get it going. I'll stall. In any event, you've asked us to have true partnerships. And when we enter into agreements with other folks, that we do so in an intentional way so that the city benefits and not just an outside party. I think this is a perfect example of this. About 3 years ago, a group called the Miracle League of Memphis came to me with the prospect of building a Field of Dreams. And essentially this is a baseball facility that allows for physically disabled young men and women and developmentally disabled young men and women to play baseball. And so in order to do that, you have to build a pour-in-place, like a rubberized surface for the infield and the outfield so that wheelchairs and children who struggle with mobility are able to play on the field. The closest 3 to us, there is one in Mississippi. Yes, that's it. This is the concept drawing. And again, I apologize for not, I will share this presentation with all of you via email before I leave today. Long story short, there are 3 of these. One is nearby. One is in Jonesboro, one is in Murfreesboro, and one is about a 3 or 4 hour drive down into Mississippi. We currently do not have a facility inside Shelby County that would allow for this type of adaptive play. This drawing is the full-scale idea. At this point, the group has asked for us to enter into an MOU with them to allow them to do construction once their funding is complete. Part of the reason for this is that anybody that's worked in the nonprofit space, when you are asking to do something on city-owned property, it's difficult to ask a funder for money if you don't have an agreement with the city showing that once you get the money, you're going to be able to do anything. So, how is this a good partnership? It's a good partnership in that they are undertaking the construction. City engineering will be able to oversee and evaluate. Memphis Parks planning will be able to see and evaluate that everything is built to city and park standards without any cost incurred by the city, and no operational or scheduling oversight will be given to this entity on the back end. They will be given preferential scheduling so that their league can participate in this, who will be the bulk of the play that happens on this. But it will be allowed to be scheduled and used by Memphis Parks because it'll be operated by Memphis Parks going forward. We will oversee the maintenance of it. We'll make sure that it is well taken care of, and that other groups, aside from just the Miracle League, are able to use this. There will be no management fee given to them. And again, no operational control given over. So in my mind, this is what we should be striving for when we work with partners, is they come to us with capital resources to be able to complete a project that we wouldn't have been able to do on our own. And in the end, the citizens of Memphis come out ahead. And so the last phase of it, which is the part that I'm really, hopeful that he gets to, is building an adaptive playground. We have, in all of our playgrounds that have been constructed recently, and so it's the bulk of our playgrounds, are all ADA accessible, and not only ADA accessible, but ADA intentional. They are level. You can access them from sidewalks, and again, they're pour in place. We have some playground equipment which is available for children with special needs, but we've never built an adaptive playground. So again, my hope is that once he finishes the fundraising in order to be able to construct the field, that leads into the ability to build an adaptive playground, because I think that's a huge need, and it's something that we as the city of Memphis should have. We should have a playground where children of all abilities feel comfortable, because when they're structured correctly, they're not just for children with special needs. It is so that their brothers and sisters, friends from school, everyone can feel comfortable playing in that space. So anyway, end of rant. This is a rendering of the facility. Hopefully it'll let me go to the next page. There we go. There's a schematic drawing of it. And again, at this point, all this does is enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Miracle League to say that if he raises the money, he can build the facility. And then at that point, we would come back to the city council with an agreement for preferential scheduling, because that's the way the charter's set up and it's the right way to do things. So with that.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. That was an excellent presentation. We have one question. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, I had a few just quickly back to back. Did you mention how much money they need to raise?
So at this point, they have a $500,000 grant from the county commission, which is part of the reason for trying to get this MOU secured, because county commission, like grants from city council, require some documentation and follow-up. I believe that they've raised around $300,000 of funds other than that, but they have several large commitments that, again, just require something from us saying that it's going to be okay to do it once they're done. In speaking with Eddie, who is the chairman of this group, who's a retired HR professional, they believe that they are going to be able to finish up the last phase, which would get them to about $1.2 million in order to be able to construct the field within the next 6 months.
Okay, thank you for that. What size is it, and how many parking spaces?
So it is actually, if you've been to Toby Park, which is over behind my office, behind the Shelby County Schools, there are 3 fields along the backside. The one closest to the dog park, which you can see the dog park sort of just north of it right there, will actually be converted into this. And so it is essentially the size of the smallest field that we have out there right now, which is really only suitable for T-ball. It's too small for high school baseball or softball. And again, we're working with Shelby County Schools to expand the number of handicap spots. But the nice thing is that we've already got the parking, because we have the parking for Toby Field already. So we have parking for an athletic complex already. So essentially, this is just converting one of the 3 fields.
So you have above average number of the handicap parking spaces?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. I yield the floor.
Excellent questions, Councilwoman Walker. Let the record show that Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman White are here. Without any further questions, can we go ahead and have a vote? All those in favor of sending this down with favorable recommendation, please say aye. Any opposed? The chair is an aye, and I believe the ayes have it. That will go down with the favorable recommendation. And our last item is a resolution to allocate and appropriate and transfer $1,500,000 of FY24 CIP funds from to PK 03007 for contract construction and for A and E for repairs for Bellevue Tennis Center. This is in District 4 and Super District 8, sponsored by administration. May I have a motion? Moved by Ford, seconded by Walker. Mr. Walker, once again, you have the floor.
Sure. So in FY24, there was a $1.5 million allocation given to make improvements to the Bellevue Tennis Center, which is down at Parkway in Bellevue, just behind the Jesse Turner facility. I keep looking over at Councilwoman Cooper Sutton because she's obviously a huge tennis advocate, and actually did a walkthrough of the space with us, not just because she's a councilwoman, but because of her involvement in the tennis community. So anyone who has driven by the facility is aware that it is in dire need of upgrades. It is wonderfully located. It's pretty easy to access in the center of the city. For a long time, actually served as the primary place where tennis at Alsac and St. Jude, their intramurals took place. With any event, it was a great idea to allocate money for it. At the time, the thought was that $1.5 million would add 2 new indoor courts and 4 new outdoor courts to the facility. However, after some conversations, both with the operator and the tennis community at large, the decision was made that a much wiser use of that money was to bring that facility up to par. And it was to make some improvements. And when I show you these pictures, I think you'll see why. And so this is the condition of the parking lot. So we start there, not great. There is very old parking lot lighting that predates the MLGW LED leased lighting program, including that wonderfully inefficient acorn light that you see just turning on in the right photo. An incredibly outdated sign. Pretty much if it says Memphis Parks Commission, we need to replace the sign since that was dissolved in 2001. The fencing is not wonderful. It's right across the street from a trucking facility, and so the visage is not great. You can see the crumbling curb there. Really old pole. The railing going up to it is also in need. It needs to have a location where the dumpster is pushed back instead of just dropped into the parking lot. And this is going to be fairly in-depth, so I'll kind of move through this quickly. These are the recommendations. And again, I'll be happy to share this with anyone. Restrooms are in need of an update. The inside itself is in need of an updated counter to where merchandising can be done in a little safer and better manner. These roll-down shutters need to be updated. The security system inside needs to be updated. The flooring inside needs to be replaced. A lot of ceiling tiles need some updating. The windscreens on all of the outdoor courts need to be replaced. The outdoor lights need to be either updated or replaced. We discussed the budget. Inside of the facility, some work. Here's the amazing thing, is that the 2 things that would have just made it to where that's all we could do is if we had to make significant repairs to the roof or replace it, or we had to completely replace the HVAC system. The good news is that we don't have to do either of those things. We just need to do some repairs to them. Putting in a scoreboard, addressing the lighting. So right now, the way it's set up is the lights bounce off the roof and are supposed to go back down to the floor. Doesn't work real well. Even when it's bright outside, it's not light enough inside. So we're addressing that. The fans, and again, it may make you chuckle, it may not. We're going to replace those with a model called a big ass fan. That is a massive fan that will allow for a much cooler experience inside of the center. Again, this is the roof. This is a really long slide deck. I asked MFA to send me the short one. They sent me the long one. But again, this will just show you what needs to be done. The good news is that from an electrical, mechanical, plumbing side, they're repairs, not replace, which is good. And so in any event, the goal is to take this money, split it between, so we had an assessment done by an architect. They went out and said, here's what we think you need to do. Our goal is then to take this $1.5 million, put aside 90% of it for the construction and 10% for the design and construction administration. And And that's what we've asked council for today. Once we get that back, the architect will then take this assessment, convert it into bid documents, put it out for bid. The goal will be set on it for minority participation, put it out for bid, and then we will begin the construction on it with any luck this fall. And depending upon how things go, anyone that's dealt with contractors is aware, we will share with council what the time frame for these repairs being done is, and then we hope to have a nice reopening of the facility ceremony for a facility that I think will be so much more loved and used than it already is, which is quite a bit. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Let the record show that Chair Smiley is here in the audience. And we have two people that are going to have questions. I wanted to ask you, it seems to me like that's a lot of work that needs to be done, and it's 1.5 million. Do we really think we're going to be able to do that with the 1.5 million, or what is your opinion?
I'll tell you this, from 6 years of being the parks director, I love architects, but architects are real bad at estimating how much stuff costs.
Yeah.
And so the real truth of this will be when we put it out for bid and we get bids back. That's the great thing about the bid process. I'll also say that we've been very open with Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, who both did the walkthrough and gave their thoughts on it, about what the priorities are. So we start with this big list. We know what the top priorities are, and we work our way down. We get as much of that done as possible. Because as I told her, as I told Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the need for those indoor courts and outdoor courts is still there. But the great news is that there's still a city council and there's still a city budget. So once we are done with this, anything that we weren't able to address or anything like those additions that need to be done can still be within the realm of possibility. It just requires a separate allocation from city council.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Okay, we have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, followed by Councilwoman White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Nick. And not only is that facility used for tennis, but there is an after-school program as well. Lemoyne Owens team comes there. Christian Brothers team comes there. So there are students that comes from all over this city to use that facility. And what's so important is always presentation. We've had students in corners with teachers literally teaching them, which has not been always suitable. And so the importance is to make sure that when we bring our students in and our children from around the city, that we give them a sense of safety and security as well. As you saw in the presentation, I think Bellevue has been like that for years. I've been playing over there for years and years and years and years, and it's been one of the tennis centers that have been neglected and not properly managed under the management agreement that we have currently. And so I'm so grateful that our prior council, women that were here before, took the time to really take that in consideration. And you here, our chairman, JV Smiley, was part of that, came out and played tennis, and we whooped the brakes off of him, of course. He has no tennis skills. And we're just so grateful for that and for the allocation. And I hope that when we do come back, that the additional tennis courts and can be added, because Memphis provides, we see what Lethbridge provides, and it is a great place for competition and other cities to come in and to play. And so we want our tennis courts to be up to par and be presentable and be able for people to come in and say, you know, hey, Memphis, #1 again. And so thank you, Director, and look forward to working closely with you in the next endeavor for these tennis centers. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman White. Her question's been asked and answered, and I guess we can document Councilman Smiley's tennis skills in this committee today. But all those in favor of this, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, this will go downstairs with a favorable recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Are there any other business before this committee? I just want to let you guys know that one of the things that I'm having occur at our next committee is I've asked all of the major players at our Central Park, Overton Park, the golf house, the new Ornamental Metals Museum, the zoo, the Brooks, and the Shell to come and sort of give a presentation to us about how they've been working together and what they have, needs that they have together. And then I hope as we go through the next few months, we will have each one of them come and talk to us about what they are doing individually and what their needs are, so we have a better idea about where our Central Park is and what we can do to make it better.
Chairman, I do have
yes,
actually
sir.
one, and I apologize. I should have sent it when we sent it in, but this was before budget. These were all turned in before budget, and so if items number 2 and 4, if we could request same night minutes, I would appreciate it.
Without objection, they'll go down with same night minutes. And did you need?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for bringing that up today. That's the heart of the city, the heart of my district too, and I'm excited about those presentations.
I figured everyone would want to know because that's sort of
every council member up here will be excited to see that. It's going to
Morning, everyone. Today is July 9th, 2024, and I hereby call the Libraries and Neighborhood Improvement Committee to order. Ms. Hayes, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilwoman White. Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Cooperson.
All present.
Councilman Ford. Councilman Green. And Chair Walker.
Present. So we have one item on the agenda this morning. Item number 1 is a resolution to approve intergovernmental agreement between the City of Memphis and Shelby County government for animal housing and rabies tags/fees collections.
Second.
Is there anyone here from the administration to speak on this item?
I am Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. Thank you, council members. First, addressing the elephant in the room, I'd like to thank you all for your support as we in the administration, we in the city, go through what is some turbulent times at the Memphis Animal Services. We are continuing to stabilize services there. What you have before you is a resolution, one in which we've done in the past, to provide some continuing services with our sister municipalities in Shelby County. It's one in which we believe that we should continue to do so. We feel confident that we will be able to stabilize services, set services at the Memphis Animal Shelter, and continue with stable and improved leadership there. So we ask you for your passage.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you explain just how this particular agreement is going to help us and how it works, just so we have a general understanding of what this agreement is going to do for the system?
What this does is it allows us to support other municipalities, Bartlett, Germantown, and Collierville, and we actually it's a cooperative agreement that we extend into other municipalities in the Shelby County. So
they're helping us pay for the animal shelter, and it's an agreement that does that, or how's that work?
So I don't know if there is a payment. I do know that we share in the support. I'll confirm. I do believe there is a payment, but before I say that, I want to make sure that I confirm that.
So what we're doing is we're allowing their animal control officers to bring people to the animal shelter, and it's agreement that we're going to work with their groups that are bringing the animals in.
Correct, and then we support and we extend into unincorporated as well.
Okay, so
Yes,
essentially what we're doing is we're saying we are now the county's animal shelter, and that's what this agreement's doing, because there's not another one in the county, correct? Except for the Humane Society, which is nonprofit.
We don't completely extend, we support, and so it's no different than we support with the other law enforcement agencies. So we just kind of support, and we erase the boundaries within government. And so again, I don't want to say that there is a fee if there's not. I just want to confirm before I say so.
And I guess the question I have is, and I don't expect to give an answer, is that if we're providing this and we're having these agreements to allow people to come and do that, we need to look and see if, as we're negotiating things, are we taking on a financial hit to do this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if we are, can we ask for a little help? I think that that's something you're going to have to research and find out and bring back to us. I agree that we should pass this and move forward, but I think that we potentially may need to come back and after you've had some time to negotiate and say, here's a secondary agreement that we've negotiated with the other municipalities to help us financially continue to support our animal shelter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, other question completely not on this one thing, but on the animal shelter is, do we have veterinarians in the animal shelter now? Have we gotten that covered?
We do have some veterinarians. They are working on relief, and so we are continuing to staff up.
Okay, so
Yes,
it's
sir.
sort of
But-
like locum tenens, we're bringing people in, but no
Yes,
one
sir.
is actually full-time
Yes, sir.
with a contract.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilwoman Logan, followed by Councilwoman Green and Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. How you doing, Chief? I know you mentioned that, you all we're going through a turbulent time, and I've read things in the news. Have you all put a plan together for the operations of the shelter? Is there a plan in place right now?
So we do have a short-term plan, and we are developing as we move along through the investigation, where we do have current staff, and we're moving forward with that plan. It's just a matter of getting staff there in the functional areas.
Would you send a copy of that
Yes,
to
ma'am.
us? What the plan is, what the staffing is like? What are you all doing in the interim to mitigate any challenges or any problems that would be adverse to the city of Memphis? Just to inform us and the community on exactly what's going on. I know you don't know everything right now, but having some idea of the state of affairs there is important. And also to this, if we do not approve this, what happens?
So, it would just be a negative impact countywide. And what we want to do is we just want to extend as being the largest within the county. We just want to make sure that we're supporting our sister agencies. And so I would ask is that we move through committee now and then allow me to come back with some of the questions that you may have with respect to the fees. And then, of course, with respect to some of the other questions.
Well,
Because, again, I don't want the issues that we currently have at the shelter to have that impact when we know moving forward we can actually stabilize our shelter. This is not the first time that Memphis has had those particular issues, and we know that we are resilient and we can course correct.
So if we had it before, how do we get back here? If we self-corrected then, what's going on to where it's not working out? I don't have a problem with supporting anyone, but I'm not hearing that we're supporting from what it looks like is we are the area, we're the one that's doing everything, and we're not doing that well right now. It's overcrowded. It's a lot going on. We need to kind of keep it real and really assess where we are. If they need some time, we need to put on a plan where, okay, we're going to do this for a couple of years, but y'all need to start building on your own shelter or doing something, getting together, letting the municipalities get together or something. If we don't have the funding, the space, the staffing, the things that we need to do it, I don't see how we can continue unless we're getting federal dollars or state dollars or county dollars to be a regional, like matter. I don't know why we're doing it because we're not able to. It just doesn't make sense to me. And if it's something that I don't see, I definitely would like to know that. But from all indications, we're not able to support municipalities until we get it straight, first here. So if you could just explain that and how this makes sense for us to pass this.
I understand.
What are you asking us? How is it that you feel it's okay to ask us to do this in the state that it's in?
Okay, I understand. And I'll bring that back to you. And I think, quite honestly, the perception is not the reality where the city of Memphis is sheltering the entire county's animals. That's not true. And we're not carrying the entire burden.
Who else has a shelter?
So I know the Humane Society provides. I know that we have a host of rescue shelters in the entire area that actually support us. So we got a lot of volunteer agencies that support even our shelter, and they support the entire county as well as the region that we use. And me being involved, I've learned a lot just in a short period of time of the entire network that really kind of support this entire area. So to say, I mean, we're dropping a bucket with respect to who actually supports our animals when they're in a vulnerable state.
Well, no, my question was, what municipalities has a shelter? You said that we're just supporting, they provide their own shelters, but we're giving support to them. Who has a shelter? What municipality has a shelter?
So I'll tell you, I'll bring that back to you as far as who has a true impound shelter. And I'll bring you those locations.
And the networks that you're speaking of. Right now, I don't have enough information to vote for this, considering the state we're in.
Understand.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
I yield back, Chair, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to first state, since I do work for Shelby County government, that I just want to put that on the record. I don't think there's any conflict here. This is nothing that would go back to me in any way. But having that experience in the Shelby County government, and I also am the vice chair of the board of the Humane Society, I thought I would give a little bit of a bigger picture on this to try to maybe help answer some of your questions. Shelby County government does give money to the Memphis Animal Shelter. They do it through the health department, through rabies and vector control. I don't know off the top of my head the amount, but I know that I can find that number for you. But they do support in that way. And it is sort of a symbiotic relationship. The same goes for the Memphis Animal Shelter and the Humane Society. They work together in a lot of different ways. For example, when dogs come in, often they end up going to the Humane Society, who then helps get them shipped up north. They have the ability to work with rescues to get them shipped up north. There's been some pause in that lately because of outbreaks of disease. So the Humane Society can't even take those dogs in like overnight before they ship them up north because they can't infect the population that they serve. The Humane Society is very different. It is a no-kill shelter. And so it operates differently than what the animal shelter does. The Shelby County government also provides funding, has through grants to the Humane Society every year. And those are just two places, as you said. There are a lot of other rescue places that either help transport to other locations or help animals stay with their owners. So there are groups that will go around, and if they see dogs like chained up outside in the heat and stuff, and will go educate the owner, go talk to them about why they don't need to be in those sort of conditions, give them food, give them resources. The Humane Society also gives food to try to help dogs stay in place. A lot of what we're seeing right now, and I think Dr. Warren has alluded to this in the past, is when we lost a lot of the ARPA funding as far as emergency rental assistance, people are being put out of their homes. And when you have to go couch surf or, move in with a relative, you can't always take your dog with you. And they end up leaving their dog on site, and then our animal shelter will come out and collect them. And so we have a huge increase in intake at MAS at this current time. And it's all just sort of a fallout of the COVID money going away. So I say all that to say, Shelby County does give money to the animal shelter through our health department, especially as it relates to the rabies in our vector control. But there is a working relationship with a lot of rescues and with a lot of governments and the animal shelter already in place. It's a community of people who care about animals, and so they're all very tight, and they all try to work together to save these animals. And I'm just hopeful that we can get this passed tonight so that we don't stop things from moving forward. That's the thing that we don't want to see.
And I'm not saying don't pass it. I was asking what happens if we don't, and what is the plan to make certain that all of those that love animals are paying and contributing the right amount to maintain the shelter. So I
Right.
can understand if you're giving a donation, we don't need a donation. We need operating money and capital money. We need to make sure that we have the capacity to take all these animals in. And I can understand how there are outbreaks if we don't have the room and the space and the veterinarians and all of this. So us helping other people is really not helping if, if the dogs are ill and we don't have the capacity to do it. So I just needed to make sense. It has nothing to do with loving animals and loving dogs. I love my dogs. I had dogs, but this is dollars and cents. Do we have the space? Are we being inhumane to the dogs?
Yeah.
But so even though we have a lot of networks of animal lovers, are they paying the money that is necessary? Do we know how much it costs to take in all these animals and treat them right?
So let me just respond back a little bit. I can't speak for the other municipalities, so I can't speak for Germantown, Millington, Arlington, Lakeland, whether they have shelters and whether they are contributing. I can only tell you what Shelby County government, that entity is doing, and they are contributing, and this is between Memphis and Shelby County government. And I think it's worthwhile for us to reach out to those other, municipalities and see what they're doing and how they can contribute as well. But as far as the two people who are involved in this resolution and this intergovernmental agreement, I think they are both working together and there is money being contributed. I would also say there's a cost to us not taking the dogs in too. And it can be anything from somebody getting bitten to the population exploding.
Yep.
So, until we really get a hold of spay and neutering, I'll just say this to the public, to both people who are listening. Until we get a really good control on spay and neutering, we're going to continue to have this problem. And so we really do need to focus PSA efforts and clinical efforts on that. But if you leave a dog out that is able to produce puppies, it compounds the problem. So we taking them in is in all of our best interest. And I understand your issues. I don't know that the smaller nonprofits and rescue groups are going to contribute to MAS because they're fundraising for their own stuff. And the way that the Humane Society and MAS have worked together over the past several years has been, I believe, helpful to MAS. They would have to take in more dogs if the Humane Society wasn't, or cats, if the Humane Society wasn't doing what they're doing, and more highly injured dogs and cats, because they take in some of the worst cases and rehab them. But this is in particular between Memphis and Shelby County, and so I just wanted to tell you that on that front, Shelby County is giving money to Memphis.
All right, thank you for that.
So, Councilwoman, I hear and I understand your frustration and your concern. What I'm asking for, and the mayor has met with current staff, past staff. He's going to meet with the advocates. He's met with veterinarians. We are going to provide and deliver the leadership to Memphis Animal Services that it deserves and it needs. We're going to maybe reset, or we're going to deliver what it needs. What we're asking for is just a little patience to make sure that the process works its way out. It's too premature to kind of really talk about the process itself. And so I would ask to allow us to continue with the process itself. I don't want to really get into the process, but allow us to provide the short-term plan as to what we're doing now. And then we can then tell you what later will look like once we get through that.
All right, Chairwoman, with hearing that they do, because you weren't sure if they were giving money, but to hear that they do contribute, that you do have a short-term plan, and this is just between, I know this is just between Shelby County government and the city of Memphis, that sheds a little bit more light on it, because I do know it is a critical problem, challenge that we have. So with that being said, that's enough information as long as they're contributing. But I definitely want to make certain that at some point we understand what it takes to run the shelter and to provide services to all the animals that need that. So when you come back, make certain, and this moving forward, if you all can make certain that we have all of the information before you ask for the vote, is gonna be key for me. Because, we've been doing this, even when we brought on the new leader, we should have known at that point these details. But to know that they give and to know that it's between the two and that you all do have a short-term plan, if you could just have that sent to us today, sent to me today, I can move forward with this, knowing that that is in place. I yield back to you.
Okay, thank you. I want to let the record show that Councilwoman Swearingen Washington and Councilwoman Pastor Thomas they have joined us. And next we'll hear from Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, followed by Councilwoman White.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I concur with everything that Logan said. Before we bring somebody else into our own house, this house needs to be cleaned up first. I understand animals. I have 2 dogs, and I have rescue dogs. January, when we came here, everybody should have did their research on all these reappointments, and I clearly did my research and asked some questions. Am I right, Chief?
Yes, ma'am.
And we wouldn't have been here if we're so eager to vote. We're so eager to say yes to these appointments that we get without doing our due diligence to the community and voting. This is not a good resolution right now because the state that we're in. I want to know how much money that is being given, and I want to put this on hold until we get some solid information. It's always, we get the financial hit here in Memphis and the taxpayers, and we have to deal with everything else, dealing with other municipalities, which is so unfair. So my vote on this right now is no, until we get the information that is asked for. Until, like you said, the word you used was reset. Our Memphis Animal Shelter is in a hot mess right now. And adding other municipalities and adding other stuff, we have the Humane Society, we have all that. But we're gonna have to get our own house clean before we start adding other stuff to our house. And manage it and get it managed well. I hear you say there is a process in order. And I'm glad that it is. I would not doubt that. But before we move forward, we need to know what the process is. Because just adding and adding and adding, I've seen this city do this too many years. I've been here for 29 years. And I don't care about the other side and all that because we need to be working together in agreement financially on the other side. And I want to know what the dollars look like and how much it is before you put this on the backs of Memphis and the taxpayers. And we always end up eating and chewing up everybody else's issues. I pay county taxes just as well as everybody else does, and I pay city taxes. But before we do this, my vote is no. I want to know what the process is, what it looks like. Email it to me. I want to know the dollar figure, what is being contributed by the health department, and what will be our financial burden. We promised doing budget that we would not do business as usual. And here we back are again. I will not do it. We will not do it. The constituents will not do it. We promised them, and we will be open and honest, and we will show them that we are trying to do it a different way. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilwoman White.
I just wanted to make a statement for the record that I do represent and advise the county commission as a consultant, although I don't see any conflicts in the resolution that's before us right now. That's all.
Okay. Councilman Warren.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think this has been a good discussion, but I'm thinking that we may be confusing what we want to a degree. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton wants to make sure that we get things fixed over there, and I agree with that. But this is a resolution that I think is just allowing county money to come in and pay for rabies shots.
Okay,
So Yeah, and so so I think we can probably vote for this and make that happen. And then I think you've heard what we want to hear about what is going on there and what we need to, the plan that you guys are working on, so we can let our constituents know something's happening. So I would recommend that we approve this and get the money in so we can continue to give the rabies shots, et cetera. But I think there's other things that need to come back to this committee, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Warren and Antonio. We talked about this yesterday, so no surprise. But I do want the citizens to know, the Appling Cove situation, heartbreaking, disgusting, and you sharing those emotions too. Anger. Everybody up here loves animals. We all, so thank you for explaining the two different, essentially, trains here, right? We've got the resolution today, but I think this body, and I'm not trying to speak on behalf of the whole body, but unless someone disagrees, if you don't mind, could you bring us back a plan, just a current state of where we are? Director Coleman, still on leave? Where we are with vets, medicine, supplies, everything that's happening within our own house. We need that fixed, and we need details. And if we need to reappropriate money, we can certainly do that as well, just to make it happen. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like next week, 2 weeks?
For 2 weeks.
Yeah, presentation in 2 weeks on that. Is that cool?
So same night minutes were requested, but
Chairman, so we're accepting monies coming from, is this?
Let's,
Yeah, because I'm so confused right
okay,
now.
so let's separate the issue again. As Councilman Warren mentioned, this is just accepting money for rabies vaccination, and that is what is administered at the Memphis Animal Shelter. That's what we provide, and this is provided through the Shelby County Health Department. And again, as we've talked about individually, there are issues, and again, it's not ignoring the issues that we have there, but again, this resolution is just accepting those funds that are provided by Shelby County government, and it is in a local or intergovernmental agreement in which we provide and we enter on an annual basis. And this is something that I think from a good steward and disease control perspective, we should enter and moving forward. But, again, I do understand the emotions and the concerns based on what's going on there. So what I'm asking for is adoption and passage with regard to this. What's going on at Memphis Animal Services is premature at this point to discuss in detail because we are in the middle of that process.
So we're accepting money, point of information.
Yes, ma'am, we are accepting money. That's what this resolution is about.
That's what I want, we're accepting money, constituents.
Yeah, and Madam Chair,
But this is only Shelby County.
Madam Chair,
Now, the amount, I do not know, so I can't
You can
tell
tell
you
us
the
that
exact
later.
amount.
Yeah, we can get that.
Okay, I can get that to you. So I don't know.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, just to clarify, I'm supporting this today. When I was saying 2 weeks, I was just asking Chief to come back with details on our current animal shelter situation, give us that plan if we need to reappropriate money, all that. So
Yes, sir.
I'll call the question, I guess. We're good? Yeah, call the question.
I yield the floor. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilwoman Logan.
I do understand that this is to accept funds, but is it funds to provide a service?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to
is.
make sure that was
Yes, ma'am.
understood.
You're
that
right.
even though it is accepting funds, it's funds to provide a service. So
Yes, ma'am.
it's still basically the same, but we do, because we're accepting the funds, we can give this service that makes sense. But the rest of it, we still need the information to make the, to make it all make sense.
Yeah,
So I don't want to
you're
sweep
right.
it under the rug like, well, we crazy, but
No,
okay.
you're right.
All right, thank you.
You're
Just
right.
want-
You're clear.
I agree that, you know, they're gonna pay for the service and we give the service. That's fine.
Okay, thank you, Chief Adams, for coming and for the clarification. We are going to, in 2 weeks, can you come back and give us more details surrounding a plan and some more information with respect to the concerns and questions that were
Yes,
presented
ma'am.
today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor with same night minutes?
Aye.
Oppose? Okay, this item passes.
She actually the word used the word hate.
Everybody left, ain't it?
And then I was like,
Thank you. The July 9th meeting of the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Wright, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Connally, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Dr. Warren, Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Walker, Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present. Dr. Easter Thomas, did you say we need to add pastor to your name?
That was for the last meeting.
Oh, okay. Let us know.
Amen.
All right. We want to be respectful. We have 4 items in today's committee. The first item is a resolution to transfer and reallocate FY 2024 solid waste funds to pay actual remaining forecast fiscal year invoices and remaining balance and impasse economic packages, all council districts, sponsored by administration with a request for same night minutes.
So
Can we
moved.
get a motion and second? Moved by Warren, second by Councilman Edmund Ford, Sr. All right. Who from the administration is here to present? And if you would please give us your name and address for the record.
Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis, 38119. What we have, and I got Delicia DeGraffrey as well.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Delicia DeGraffrey, 1960 North Parkway, Condo 310, Memphis, Tennessee, 38112.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. So we've got 2 components to this, and this is basically our fourth quarter cleanup for the solid waste division. As you're aware, with the budget passing, we had to go through a fee increase, and we were strapped for cash. What we saw was the booking of the payments from MLGW. The last $6.2 million a month is what we get. That last payment didn't actually book into our accounts until last week, and so this is our first opportunity to move that money to where we need it. So there are 2 components to this. The 1.67 million for materials and supplies. That's basically 2 major payments. We have a large monthly payment to the landfill to pay for disposal, and a large monthly payment to the contractor that services the 36,000 homes in Area E. This is to avoid us having 13 months of payments in a 12-month period next year. That's currently what we're experiencing right now. We had to pay the June payment last year in FY24, and we don't want to continue that bad budgeting practice into FY25. So that's one component of the moving. The second component, the 2.4 million, is to move the impasse settlement that council voted on during budget. We're trying to pay the bonus component of that out of remaining dollars that we were able to cobble together so that it doesn't impact us next year. With the fee increase, yes, we'll have sufficient funding, but I don't want to have a cash flow issue. And if I can find the cash and book it to FY24, that'll help me out.
Thank you. We don't want you to have a cash flow issue. Is there any other discussion on this item? Councilwoman Green?
Can we go back over that last part again? I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Because part of the reason why we were told that we needed to raise the tax to the level that we needed to raise the tax to was that we were going to have to pay for the impasse economic agreements. And we were very adamant that we wanted to make your department whole and bring your workers up. But that was part of our FY25 budget.
Right.
And you're now saying that you found 2.4 in FY24 to pay for part of the impasse. That is multiple cents off of the property tax. So I want to make sure that we're all paused and we're all clear, because we were all clear on our last meeting that we had to do the tax to be able to pay for these impasse economic packages. And now we're coming back and saying, actually, we had $2.4 million in $24 that we could have used.
Yes, ma'am. I will just clarify one thing. We are not receiving any of the property tax money. We're the solid waste fees, special revenue funds, so that shouldn't have affected the tax rate. The solid
We
waste,
also
the solid
doubled
waste
the solid waste fee.
Yes, ma'am. So, and I'll let Mr. Graffey speak to the finding of the I guess cobbling of the money and why it's a cash flow.
Good morning, everyone. After looking at the fee increase, of course, the fee increase will allow us to hire an additional 133 employees for FY25. In FY24, we had right at 36 vacancies remaining. After we looked at that funding, that would allow us to take the funding from those vacant positions that we will be filling in addition to the 133 and 55 and use those funds rather than it go back to our fund balance. This would allow us to also not ask for the additional $2 million that we were going to ask for in our FY25 budget from the general fund. So we were basically using our vacant positions to go on and pay the impasse dollars now rather than wait till next year. And then we see that we're in the red once again with the hiring that we were going to use the new fee for and then having to pay the impasse dollars. So it's basically money in 24 that is not going to be used because those positions are vacant.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm just pointing this out for council members one more time, because we are constantly being told that we have to raise fees, we have to raise taxes in order to pay for the raises and the compensation that we think is fair. And then it turns out there are actually funds available from vacant positions. We lived through this with fire. We saw a last-minute resolution with MPD, and I believe Councilman Spinoza and I were the only two people to say no, not because we didn't want to support MPD, but we were tired of getting last-minute resolutions and told there was no other solution. And we were also told that we had to increase the solid waste fee. And now that we're here, budget is passed, $2.4 million in vacancies have been found. So I'm only just putting it on the record. I'm not saying I'm not going to support this resolution. I am just, the cleanup continues, and it never seems to be upfront. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
And I will say that this is not all personnel dollars that were found on vacant positions. And also, the fee that was passed contemplated filling those 133 positions, only funded them the first half, or half of this first year. And so this will allow us to start filling those positions sooner than waiting until January 1.
And I appreciate that. I think that you are trying to use your dollars and you're bringing it to us properly. This is more a comment towards the administration in general and to the finance team and to how we are being told that we have to do this or else. And then it turns out there actually is other options. And it doesn't matter to me whether it is vacant positions or other places where you find the money. The point is the money was there. And that now we have increased fees on our citizens, solid waste fee, a will registration fee, and a property tax, right? They're feeling the impact of all of that. And it turns out there was money available. So good for you guys for finding the money and for moving it around in a way that is going to make your office more efficient. This is for the administration. When we say, is there any other option? This is what we mean. We need things like this brought to us before we are told we have to pass fee increases. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and may the record show that Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Pearl Walker, and Councilwoman Janika White has joined us. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I saw a kind of puzzled look on your face. And I'm always watching body languages, especially when there is confusion. And we want to make sure that everything is cleared up. Go back and explain, because what my colleague just said, I totally concur with her. But I think that explain just as simply as you can what you just said about that money.
Okay, the $2 million for the person.
Yes.
When the vote was made for the impasse to the dollar amount, we immediately went to find the funding currently in our actual budget of 24, because we knew that we were going to look at the possible fee rate increase for 25. And we found it in the actual vacant positions that we had, which would allow us to do it in 24. This is the first opportunity that we have had to bring this particular resolution before council in order for us to take the money from 24, use it, because the books, to my understanding, for 24 are closing this week. So when we found the funding for those positions, we said pay it now rather than pay it later, because we do not want to take, not a burden, but we do not want to take this expense into 25 when we actually have, after we receive our last payment from MLGW and having the vacant positions, pay it now, and we will be better prepared to fill those vacant positions along with the additional ones that were used as us explaining our fee increase or the need for a fee increase in 25. So we didn't just come up with this. We needed to know the actual dollar amount, which once we found out the dollar amount, we found the money and the funding available. And today was our first opportunity to bring this before council to get the approval before they closed FY24. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I yield the
Councilman,
floor.
thank you, Councilman Spinoza.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Not trying to go back in time. That's what you said before you go back in time. So we voted for impasse
Yes.
As a body. And then I remember we came back down here and I made a motion and we all approved the motion to cut 20 million from the budget on that day and have 13 million of it, I think, be allocated to cover the impasse, and then 7 million to be applied to reducing the tax rate. Of course, the budget changed a lot between that day, whatever. But I think that just walking through that for everyone up here, I wanted to share that. How about this, though? I agree with what everybody's saying up here. Philip, you do a great job. Thank you for everything. Maybe an appropriation statement might help for all of us to see.
Yes.
For June,
Yes.
May, June. It could just help kind of clear the air. I'm not asking that every single division do this, but that might help for all the new council members and myself included to see the movement. We just had a historic tax increase, and I think we're all excited about the future of our city, but let's track the money and let's see what we're doing. And I think it would help for you to do that. Because if you could bring that back to us and share it with everybody, that'd be great. Might explain what we're talking about.
Yeah, certainly, Councilman, we can do that. And were the action not to happen, these funds would fall back to the solid waste fund balance, and then we would come back to you again and ask to move the money in FY25.
Yes. Cool. So in 2 weeks, Madam Chairwoman, we'll see an update with appropriation statements that might explain the flow of funds.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, thanks.
Any further discussion on this item? If not, we will go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The second item is a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds to the Martindale Pump Relief DW project number SW02108 to relieve the sewer pump station at 3997 Martindale Avenue with a gravity sewer system, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration with request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
All right, moved by Councilman Spinoza, seconded by Councilman Warren, who from the administration is here to present and name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Robert Connect, Public Works Director, 125 North Main Street.
And you're the who?
Robert Connect, Public Works Directors.
Oh, you're the Public Works Director. Okay, welcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
For 19 days. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I'd leave on an applause then, right?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. First off, this item, Martindale Pump Relief. So our sewer collection system is comprised of lots of different components. Most of our sewer system is gravity because it's easier to manage gravity. It's lower cost to utilize gravity to move wastewater through our collection system to our two treatment plants. But we also have to rely on, and depending on the geographic location of the city, various pump stations, which means we use force mains, pressurized systems to move wastewater occasionally. And that requires electricity and a lot more maintenance. So whenever we can eliminate a pump station, convert it to gravity is better for our sewer system because it makes it more efficient and it reduces that cost burden over time, not only from a capital perspective, but from an energy utility perspective, electrical use perspective. So in Martindale Pump Relief, we're going to be removing a pump station and replacing it with a gravity system. We're requesting a transfer of $425,068, which will be funded by Sewer Paygo, FY25 rehab cover line. And then we're moving the money from the cover line to this project as a resolution request. This was bid on January 24, 2024 by Magnolia Underground was the low bidder. The MBE goal was 8% and the WBE goal was 2%, so a total of 10%. The MBE goal will be met by Infinity Supply, and the WBE goal will be met by Pat's Pro Cut and SR Consulting. And so we are requesting this, moving for approval. And we are requesting same night minutes as well because the bid, we're on the fringe of the bid being no longer being able to be honored by the contractor. The bids are only good for about 6 months. So we're right on the edge of when they will guarantee the bid price. So that's why we're asking for same night minutes as well.
Is there any other discussion on this item by any of the council members? If not, we will go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. All right, is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The third item is a resolution to requesting additional funds, requesting for an existing contract to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds for stormwater CIPP 2022, project number ST03222, to repair and rehab the existing damaged storm drain pipes using CIPP process at various locations. This is a third year of a 3-year contract. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Edmund Ford Sr., seconded by Councilman Warren. Who from the administration is here to present? Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Robert Connect, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. Every year, and this is for our stormwater collection system, since we have two separate systems. We have a stormwater utility and we have a sewer utility. The next resolution is going to be a similar one, but for our sewer utility, sewer system infrastructure. We have thousands of miles of underground pipes in our city, 3,200 miles in our sanitary sewer. We have about a third of that in our stormwater system. But in order to maintain those underground pipes, it is much more efficient and cheaper to do what we call a trenchless rehabilitation, which means we don't dig up the street and dig and replace the pipe. And you can rehab it internally by putting what we call like a sock liner. And the common name is cured in place pipe, which is what CIPP means. So this CIPP technology is not only efficient and effective in maintaining all this infrastructure, but it's common practice. We've been doing it for decades. So this is a recurring annual application of funds from the Stormwater Fund for Stormwater CIPP infrastructure rehab. So again, this is a third year of a 3-year contract for the CIPP. This project was bid in November 17, 2021. So again, it'll be rebid in FY25, but we have funding to apply for the third and final year. And I believe the goal was 4% total. And of course, this is a highly specialized service, so there's not much SBE opportunities. So with that, I ask for approval.
Is there any further discussion on this item? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
Director, how much is being transferred? Because I know it's already, how much are you looking at to do this?
It's $500,000.
500, because I don't see
Sorry.
a dollar amount on it.
Thank
That's
you.
okay.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am. It's
you. I appreciate you.
$500,000.
So let's add that, please, like to the record, I guess, right?
Okay.
Without objection.
All
Or
right.
I'll say that in the microphone. Madam Chairwoman, can we please add that to the record?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We have that added.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay. Any other discussion on this item?
And that is coming from stormwater revenue bonds, so it's for the record as well.
If not, we will go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The last item is a resolution requesting additional funds, requesting for an existing contract to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds from SW 2201, install CIPP 2022 repair rehab, existing damaged sanitary sewer pipes using CIPP process at various locations. This is the third year of a 3-year contract, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
It's been
You can
moved
pick.
by Councilman Edmund Ford Sr., seconded by Spinoza. All right, who from the administration is here to present? Give us your name and address for the record, and we may proceed.
Robert Connect, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. As I spoke to council members, just the previous resolution, this is a similar, this is the same process of CIPP for their sanitary sewer system. This is a request to transfer $2.75 million from capital pay-go sewer, from the sewer fund, to the cover line to the CIPP contract as stated in the resolution. This contract was again bid November 17, 2021, so this is the third and final year. We bid these contracts at the same time, get the best bid opportunities for the city. We lump the sewer and sanitary sewer contract bids, CIPP contracts. So again, moving in for approval, please.
All right, any other further discussion on this item? If not, we will go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those who are against say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. While I have you here, Director Connect, we want you to continue to work with TDOT to make sure that they're giving us our support and respect. I had taken a friend to the airport in the area over there off of the expressway and leading to the airport. That should be our most beautiful area for people coming in and to the city, showing that we respect them and welcome them.
Yes, ma'am.
And I happened to see a bumper, a mattress, and a whole lot of other ridiculous stuff. So we need that to have regular maintenance.
Yes, ma'am. And with the tax increase funding, there was an allocation for us to clean up roadways. So we are going to be looking to maximize, areas for getting the best service, especially ones that are gateways,
Yes.
in which to get the most visibility. So, and obviously, TDOT will continue to be, we need to have regular conversations with them, interaction with them and the state representatives to just make sure the funding that we need continues to be allocated to Shelby County for what they're responsible for. And our partnership needs to continue to grow.
And even for that area, if we have to pick up ourselves and send them a bill or whatever, that area is very important.
Yes, ma'am.
The paving looks good over there on Airways too, Director Manning as well. So we
Yes.
appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
And Parkway is finally completed.
Yes, ma'am. We did. That looks really good as well. I'm glad that finally got completed.
It does. Did you want to say something? All right, well. Anybody else have anything to
I
say?
do, Madam Chair.
I think.
I'm sorry.
Spinoza, Councilman Spinoza?
Is this, Director, is this your last?
No, you got me for one more
Then we'll
time.
save all the emotional goodbyes for next month.
Yeah, I will be here I'm here to the end. I'm working to the very end. So thank you for that. I
thank
will
you,
be
sir.
here
Yep.
next council.
Don't work Joy too hard while you're here.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Cooper? All right. Well, that, without anything else to say, the meeting is adjourned. Wait, Cooper?
I'm sorry. I want to thank Joy and Director for last Monday. We rode around this entire city and did a lot of property checks. And we're in the process of getting a lot of grass cut, a lot of vacant lots taken care of that we found out that the other side owns, the county. Yeah, and it's on Airways and Reigns.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I want to thank you all for putting up with me for 2.5, almost 3 hours. But they rode me around this whole city, and we got a lot done.
Good.
And so thank you for your diligence and your patience and your teamwork, and we're working together to get this done. It's going to take all of us. So I'm looking for my ride again before he leaves. I got one more ride.
Good. Did y'all go down Lamar? If you
We
didn't
went
go-
everywhere.
Yes, ma'am, we down Lamar.
We
yes.
went Lamar.
Thank
We
God.
went everywhere. So just getting places that needs to be taken care of. And I want to thank you both for putting up with me and allowing me to ride with you. And thank you.
They make a fabulous team.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Today is July 9th. It is now 10:41 a.m., and I hereby call the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Cole, please call the roll.
Dr. Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Dr. Warren. Councilman Smiley. And Chair White.
Present. Thank you so much, Ms. Cole. On the agenda, we have item number 1, a resolution to accept 2024 Reducing Diesel Emissions for a Healthier Tennessee funds from the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation in the amount of $140,000 to be used for partial funding for the purpose of 2 ambulances with idle mitigation systems, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I please? Thank you. We have a motion by Councilman Warren and a second by Councilman Spinoza. Is there anyone from the administration here to speak on this item? And please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Council. Colin Barres, Assistant Fire Chief, 5573 Hinton Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119. So this first resolution will allow us to accept funds in the amount of $140,000 for partial funding in the purchase of 2 ambulances with idle mitigation systems. And what we found out is the idle mitigation saves a tremendous cost in fuel and also in preventative maintenance. So what we've done is put these on all of our specs that we have going forward to bring in ambulances. These ambulances were already budgeted items that we needed and we had in the works of bringing in. So now this $140,000 is basically just offsetting some of that cost for us.
Thank you. Any council members in the queue with questions? Seeing that there are no further questions, will we take a voice vote on this resolution? All those in favor of approving this item, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, and this item will be added to this evening's agenda with same night minutes. Item number 2 is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate 2021 Hazardous Mitigation Plan Update, HMP program funds from the Department of Homeland Security in the amount of $1.5 million to be used for scoping activities and eventually the design and construction of Project 52, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilman Warren and a second by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Is there, well, you can go forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Project 52 is basically, in a nutshell, a maritime fire station with shelter that'll be located on President's Island. Scoping activities will consist of flood planing, looking at floodplains, also environmental surveys, things of that nature, and also our response as it comes to industry that's around the area. Also with activities, riverboat traffic that increase, we really want to make sure that we have the right response to whatever we may see along the river. This also will put us in a line in a good position for a follow-up grant that would pay for anything we identify in this scoping project. So that's it.
Any questions? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're acknowledged. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is, you said something about President Island. So this is where this is going to be located?
We have a fire station currently on President's Island.
Okay.
So that's where we're looking at basing our maritime response from if we were to get the grant, because geographically it's the best place to enter the water and get to wherever we need to get, whether it be McKellar Lake, it'd be the Mississippi River, it'd be Lucy Woodstock, wherever we need to get.
Okay. Hey, okay. All right, well, and hopefully you get the grant. You say this, and then another grant will come behind, follow this grant.
Yes,
Did I hear you correctly?
Yes,
You get
ma'am.
this 1.5 million. and then an additional grant will follow this grant.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how much the additional grant amount would be?
I don't. I can find out that
Could you find
information.
out and let us know, and that would cover, please find out and let me know how much the additional grant funding would be. I yield the floor, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other council members in the queue? I did have one question. And so this is for the purpose of determining, I guess, the feasibility of a facility
Correct.
over there of this man. Okay.
Right.
That's all I have. Seeing that there are no further questions in the queue, we'll take a voice vote on this resolution. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and this item will be added to tonight's agenda with same night minutes. Item number 3 is a resolution to accept additional grant funding in the amount of $74,835 from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency's Hazardous Materials Emergency Preparedness, HMEP, to be used for training and planning. All council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes.
Move it.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Espinosa and a second by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Administration, you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This is for additional equipment for our tanker truck prop for training simulation, which we utilize quite often. Sure you can guess that here geographically where we sit, we make quite a few incidents involving tanker trucks. So we're required to know how to shut them off, plug, patch, things of that nature so that we can mitigate the incident and it won't get any bigger. And also what's included in this is training the trainer type training, where to get the training widespread, we can have people trained and they can train others. So that way we don't have to go out and spend dollars on sending them to training.
Thank you. Are there any council members in the queue? Yes, ma'am. Seeing that there are no further questions, we're going to take a voice vote on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, and this item will be added to this evening's agenda with same night minutes. Moving on to item number 4, it's a resolution to transfer contract construction allocation from Drill Tower Improvement FS 02033 and transfer architecture and engineering allocation from Fire Station number 11 Renovations FS 02008 appropriate funds in the amount of $577,563 for fire prevention renovation contract construction, FS 23105, Districts 5 and 7, Super Districts 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
A motion from Councilman Canali and a second by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Is there any, there is. Go forward, thank you.
Okay. So this resolution, we're asking that funds be reallocated from the drill tower improvement in Fire Station 11 to the renovation of our Fire Prevention Bureau. We have 28 fire inspectors that work out of this site. Also, it's a forward-facing public building where we have interaction with the public, and it's a much-needed need for renovation. I believe the building was built in maybe 1950 or something like that, so we'd like to renovate. It's at, we're 2670 Avery, what is that?
2668 Avery.
Yeah, it's right, it's attached to the Office of Emergency Management.
Just to the west of it.
Are there any council members in the queue? Seeing none, we'll go forward with a voice vote. All those in favor, state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Seeing that the ayes have it, we're going to move this to this evening's agenda. Does this one have a request for same night minutes? Okay, we'll move it to our next committee meeting. Seeing that there's no other business before this committee. Oh, well, the next full council agenda. Seeing no other business before this committee, the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
No, and I was just about to say, I didn't gavel it. I'm glad. I unadjourned the meeting. I did want to say, thank you all. I was going to say, it is a pleasure to be accepting money from grants. One of the things that we've been requesting, or at least I've been requesting from the administration, is the use of grant writers and seeking out grants. So it is really delightful to see the fire department accepting these grants. Oh, and do you all need same night minutes for 4?
Why not? We did it on all the other.
Yeah. Are you all those in favor of same night minutes for item number 4 as well? Please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. We're going to move item number 4 to tonight's agenda for same night minutes. Thank you all.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee meeting for the Memphis City Council. Today's Tuesday, July the 9th. Regala, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman White. Dr. Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Dr. Easter Thomas. Chair Spinoza.
Here. All right, so we've got 3 items on the agenda. Item number 1, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda for July 9th. All council districts requested by MLGW. And just to clarify in the packets, this is a blend of items from our last meeting, and they're marked for same night minutes. Obviously, at our last meeting, we just handled the budget. So these items, they're a blend from our last city council meeting, and then the items on today's agenda downstairs are not marked for same night minutes. President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. I think I'm presenting here. Sharing.
Hey, we have an hour, by the way, right? And we've got 3 items. We've got the XAI item is number 2, and then we've got a referendum ordinance for item number 3. So just
I'll
want to
be
keep
as
that.
moving as quickly as I can, Chairman, subject to your question. So, okay, as soon as I get the slides to click. Okay, I just want to, as Chairman just said, I want to talk about how we got to 29 items today, because that's more than we typically have. But you'll see on June 4th, there was a city council meeting, and we had some MLGW items on that agenda. Then we had a Board of Commissioners meeting on the 5th. The day after the city council meeting, we had a Board of Commissioners meeting on the 19th. All of those items from the 5th and the 19th would have normally and customarily been on the city council meeting on the 25th. All of the items on the 25th were held until today, July 9th. We also had another Board of Commissioners meeting on the 3rd of July. So since the last time we've been together, we've had 3 Board of Commissioners meetings where they have considered items for approval. So that's why we have so many today. I'm going to move right on into the meat of the presentation because I know there will be questions. And I'm now on slide 8, the voice replacement system. This is the telephone system that we operate at MLGW, both in our call center, our dispatch, and all throughout the organization. This is very similar to the transition that the city of Memphis made in 2018 when we went away from the old analog phone system to a new voice over internet protocol system. This is what all modern businesses are moving to. And so what this does is updates all of our phones at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water over the next 5 years, about the same pace as we did that here at the city of Memphis, starting back in 2018. It just modernizes our phone system, which is long out of date. The next is substation capacitor switches. These are switches of 15,500 volts and 27,000 capacitor switches that we have at our substations. And you recall substations are where high voltage power comes in. It's transitioned to lower voltage that we can distribute across the system. These are more reliable. We'll replace the outdated systems that we have, the outdated switches that we have in our system, and improve the reliability of our distribution system. So for this, it's about 10 of these switches. The lead time is 30 to 32 weeks. So with your approval, we'll get that order placed. The next is waste management services and the funded amount of $150,000 to the current contract we have. This is an environmental disposal, and you might be wondering what we dispose of. This is not just your standard solid waste disposal. This is things like PCBs and oils from transformers. This is antifreeze and gasoline from our fleet. This is NiCad batteries and ballasts from street lights and from other lighting things. It is antifreeze from vehicles. So this is all hazardous waste or electronic waste that needs special handling. And as a large industry, we produce a lot of these kinds of waste that have to be handled specially, and that's what this company does for us. Keeps us compliant with environmental regulations. The next is 115,000 volt transmission pipeline repair. This is a ratification of an emergency repair order that I had to order. We have underground 115,000 volt lines that are coated in oil. There was corrosion in these lines that was leaking. And in order to make that repair so that A, the oil didn't leak out and we had a premature failure of the electric line, and B, you don't want oil leaking into your vaults, we had to make an emergency repair. That is underway. It should be completed later this month. But you're ratifying the emergency purchase order I had to do to fix this underground line in the vicinity of downtown. The next is a contract for substation engineering services. This is with Burns & McDonnell. This company helps us determine the life cycle replacement of parts in our distribution system and specifically in our substations. As you know, for a number of years, we didn't have the money to preemptively replace things. We waited till they failed. Well, now we're on a cycle where we can replace them before they fail. Burns & McDonnell is giving us the analysis of what program we should use to determine what indicators there are before these assets actually fail that would tell us before they fail, it's time to replace them. And so this is a specific engineering skill that they are helping us with to determine how we preemptively replace things before they fail. The next is, I'll spend just a second on, this is Texas Gas Transmission. We have 3 gas transmission lines that we take our gas from. And one thing that you know is that we have some of the lowest gas prices in the country. We have thousands of contracts for natural gas, and we do that to get the lowest possible price for gas. And that works very well for us, but that also comes with a finite volume. What this is doing is protecting us on the other end. In case we use more than we have contracted for, it caps the amount of money that we will actually pay. So this is insurance in the event that we overrun, that number one, we will have gas available to us, and number two, that we pay a very fixed price for that. We very rarely have overruns, but when we do, we want to make sure that we have the gas that we need. Slide 14 is aerator maintenance. This is a part of our drinking water program that delivers pure drinking water to our customers. Many of you who have been to our water pumping stations have seen the aerators that look like the picture in the upper right. This is the very first part of treatment where we trickle the water down over these rocks. Over time, those rocks get a bunch of sediment, they get a bunch of rust. Sometimes they'll start collecting algae on there, and we need to bring a firm in order to take all that out, clean those things up, and put them back into serviceable use. And so this is another term of this contract where they come back in, maintain the aerators to keep us in compliance with our water quality. Routine maintenance. The next slide on 15 is for our data center enhancements. This is a 12-month contract from Logicalis, and what this is doing is providing 2 redundant software operations. We have a Netter Center out on Witten Road that has our primary IT servers. This provides us the backup and redundancy of having a secondary data center down at the 220 South Main where we can also run those operations, so there's no single point of failure for the software systems. It connects them together so we have 2 parallel running software operations and make sure that we have a backup in the case the primary fails. Moving to slide 16, system furniture. This is, as you would expect, system furniture is cubicles. I put a picture there. We are hiring about 107 new engineers. We are replacing furniture that has been around since the 50s, 60s, and 70s that is falling apart. Our Board of Commissioners did a tour of some of our facilities and said you need to invest in our people, and so this is not conference room executive furniture. This is functioning furniture for our engineers and our frontline folks who are out there doing the work every day in order to get their job done, both at the call center, at the engineering shops, and out at our various service centers. So this is a contract that we already have. We're adding money to it so that we can fix the furniture that's falling apart and give our folks a decent place to work. The next is private label service agreement. This is a company that provides data analytics. If you've ever used my account and analyze my bill, where you can analyze on our website the usage that you have and it can talk to you about that, this company provides that service to us. This extends the contract through next year, actually through for 2 years. And during the process here, we've decided it's time to go out for RFP for the next iteration of this, a more modern version that will deliver the best-in-class analytics for our customers, because our customers are more and more demanding better information about how their utilities are being used and how they might be able to manage their utilities better. So this is a software system that allows our customers to analyze their own bills and determine their own usage. The next is courier services. This is a 1-year contract from a local company, and this, very much like we have in City Hall, we have people that do courier services, running packages back and forth for us. They run mail back and forth to the post office. 20,000 bills a day leave our facility and go to the post office, and 20,000 bills arrive every day. So that's a lot of work to go back and forth. That's the predominance of the work that they do, but they also bring other supplies, materials, and carry documents back and forth to all of our field facilities. And then also, like if you've ever been to auto parts or auto repair shop where the truck takes the parts back and forth, this courier also couriers parts back and forth to our various service centers. So this is a daily service that we run. Item 19, or slide 19, is third-party administrators for workers' compensation. This is a very specialized skill, workers' comp. Typically, companies have a third-party administrator for workers' comp that do this because of the specialized skills that are available there. What these folks do is issue 1099s for employees who are in that realm. They do the state filings and return to work determinations for our employees who are on workman's compensation. And they also help us with cost containment of the workers' compensation program. So they support our human resources division. The next two are professional engineering services. You've all heard about the broadband initiative that we have through Blue Suede Fiber. Blue Suede is going to put ubiquitous fiber throughout the city, running in front of nearly every household and every business. This is an initiative of the city, but they'll be hanging this on MLGW infrastructure. In order to do that, there is a design for them to attach to our infrastructure. They want to attach several thousand attachments every month. Typically, our in-house staff can do several hundred every month. So in order to increase that pace, Blue Suede is paying us so that we can hire additional help to do this during the period of this performance. So for the next 2 or 3 years, Blue Suede will be putting money in MLGW's account. We will be paying third-party engineers to come and help us with the design of these attachments that we just can't do as fast as they want us to do. So there's no cost to us. They're giving us the money. We're just drawing it down to pay these third-party vendors so that we can help deliver the city's high-speed broadband fiber. So that is, the first one is Allen & Holschel. The next is Burns McDonnell. They're both doing the same thing. This was an RFP, a competitive RFP. 2 companies were the winning companies that came back to deliver this pole attachment capacity. 22, slide 22, is the engagement of bond professionals. As you all know, I think you've been through some of the bond financing here with the city recently, and there are bond professionals and bond counsels who advise you as you go through your bond issuance. This is in support of our $180 million bond issuance. And so you can see the firms here, the Wade firm, Bassberry and Sims are going to be the advisors here. Raymond James, South State, Duncan Williams, and FHN will be kind of the advisors on the financial side of the house. So it's a series of attorneys and financial organizations that that support your issuance of debt. And that's what they're doing for our $180 million debt issuance. Moving to slide 23, this is a Security Suite Enterprise. This is a 5-year contract, and what this is doing is providing protection against cyber attack. This is a series of software systems that will protect all of our software against cyber attack. It's about $300,000 a year, And as you know, in the city of Memphis and at MLGW, we get hundreds and thousands of cyber attacks every day and every month. And so this software bundle protects us from those cyber attacks. On the physical security side of the house, on slide 24, this is installation security. This is things like vehicle and pedestrian gates, access control software, card readers, and electronic locks on all of our facilities, all of our drive gates, and all of our substations that we have throughout the system. So providing physical security. And you might ask, why do you need physical security at a substation? Well, people will routinely try to go in there and steal the wire out of all of our facilities. It's very dangerous as well. So, and you want only specifically qualified people to be able to get in there. So this is our physical security to all of our facilities. Moving to item 25, this is a contract to purchase what are called brackets for our transformers. Put a picture up there just to give you an idea of what we're buying, but we're buying about 600 of those. And if you've seen those large cans on the poles, that is a transformer, typically a distribution transformer. They have to hang on something, these brackets attached to the pole, and then the transformer hangs on that bracket. This is just resupplying our stock. We're buying about 600 of these. Typically, we run through these when the poles get knocked down or the brackets corrode and go out of service. So this replaces our stock of these so we can keep the work moving. Item number 26, I put a picture up here because I didn't know if people knew what a mini derrick was. But in the city of Memphis and in Shelby County, we have a lot of people that have rear lot line service, where the power lines are behind your house, not in front of your house. Well, when the power lines are behind your house and a tree limb falls on the line or a pole falls down, it's difficult. You can't get back there with a bucket truck. So what we purchased, this is an example, we purchased mini derricks, and these things can fold up to about 3 feet wide in size, so they can go through your side gate, get into your backyard, and then they erect themselves, and you can see there's an auger on there so they could drill the hole. It can pick up a pole and set it. It basically allows us to have service in rear yards where you couldn't typically get a machine. So we're buying 3 of these. They are very pricey because they're expensive pieces of gear, but they're replacing ones that we've had for a decade or more that are long since ready for replacement. We also have need of dump trucks to replace our dump trucks. So we'll be buying 5 dump trucks for $603,000, buying 1 6-yard dump truck and 4 10-yard dump trucks. This is not the one we're buying, but this is an example of a 10-yard dump truck and what it looks like. So these are very large pieces of equipment. We use these for excavation, to haul dirt away, to haul debris away when we're doing work. These replace some of the fleet that we have out there today. We're also buying 2-ton cab and chassis. I also put a picture up here. These are very heavy-duty trucks. And on the back end, you can either tow a very large trailer with very heavy equipment, or you can put a utility body on the back of these. Typically, we use these to haul our very heavy equipment with trailers on the back. And so what we're buying here are 14 of these cab and chassis units to replace items that we have that were, a decade or more old and long since past their useful life. So 14 of these cab and chassis trucks. We have a very large fleet of equipment at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. And so this is a regular and routine replacement. Item number 29, temporary employment services. I heard some of this discussion in the city's budget discussion. This is not permanent positions, but when we have turnover, if somebody goes on military leave, if we have people quit, we will hire laborers to come in and continue the work for us. This is a 6-month contract that takes us through December 31st, just to make sure we have enough hands on hand to do kind of the labor work that we need in the field while we're hiring permanent employees. I'll take a break and say we're doing a great job of hiring. I think Jackie will tell you we've already hired 328 people this year, which is a faster pace than last year, which is the record that we've ever hired last year, 511 people. So this is just to make sure we always have crews to get out there and do the work when we need to. We hire them through a temp service. They're not taking the place of any permanent employees. The next is the same. This is a 7-month bid. This is to help us with residential customer accounts and records. And this will go to what we've been talking about over time, is to get all the customer accounts and records reconciled. It's more hands on the laboring oar to get the delayed bills that we have brought down to an acceptable level, to continue that work until it's completed by the end of this year. Temporary. Item number 31 is the broker of record for cyber insurance. Essentially, if our cybersecurity protocols don't work, we're paying $300,000 to have $5 million of cyber insurance coverage to help us recover. This is very similar to what every business does to protect their business interests. You pay some insurance in the case a cyber attack takes you down, and this helps pay for your recovery. So cyber insurance for our systems. This is $950,000 for the City of Memphis street cut permit. So I was here at the City of Memphis when we changed the rates for street cuts. The permit fee used to be $25. It's now $750 to cut the street. I'm not sure what I did. At Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, because of failures in the system or maintenance or installation of new infrastructure, we cut the street approximately 5,000 times a year all over this entire county. When we do that, we have to apply for a permit to the City of Memphis. Actually, we have a permit, but we pay the City of Memphis $750 every time we cut the street as a fee for cutting the street, because it does diminish the life of the street. This does not cover the full repair of the street. The full repair is an additional cost that we have to do for milling, refilling the hole, and then paving the hole. So this goes to the engineering department for the administration of streets. This is our deposit. We will deposit this with the City of Memphis, and then we draw it down as we do the street cuts. Am I at the end, or did I lock up here? Okay, well, I'm just going to keep going. I'm not sure why the slide's not rolling.
Real quick, let the record show that Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Canale, Chairman Smiley, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton have all joined us. And then I've got Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Logan in the queue.
Okay, thank you.
And Doug, we got 5 slides left.
Yep, I'm going.
Without objection. No, we got a lot to cover. So yeah, it's important stuff, but maybe just speak through it. And,
Citric license is 137. This keeps our things on centralized servers instead of on individual servers, so it centralizes our software. This is buying $400,000 of PVC pipe. It's essentially 32,000 feet, 150,000 feet of pipe that we use for our underground electric service. This is $6 million for the gas pipeline project on Weaver Road. This is replacing gas pipeline that was put in 1929. It's 33,000 feet of pipe and 15 very large valves. When I say big, these are 30-inch diameter pipes and 30-inch valves. So very expensive stuff, but we have to do this for the safety of the natural gas system. So we're replacing stuff that is long out of date to make sure we stay in compliance with safety. The last is Bridgewater Consulting. This is a 3-month contract extension to the contract that we have with them. Bridgewater, you all recall we had the delayed bill and the held billed issue. We needed some additional help to figure out and make sure we were doing things right. Bridgewater has experience in this realm. We had 2 issues: delayed bills, which were caused by the non-reads, and then held bills, which were caused by reads that we got that we didn't send out. Bridgewater is helping us fight through all of that. They've got the billing exceptions down for delayed bills, and now we're on a path by September to have the rest of the issues resolved because of the help from Bridgewater Consulting. This is a temporary contract for them. I committed to this council and the prior council when we had this, that by the end of 2024, we would have this issue resolved. We are on the path to having it completely resolved before the end of the year. I'll still say by the end of the year, but I want to over-deliver on that. But Bridgewater's making sure that we bring best practice to this and making recommendations. We're already seeing a significant drop in those numbers. So I think that was the last one.
Yep, thank you, President McGowan.
29 items.
A lot on the agenda, 2 weeks worth of stuff.
Three meetings worth.
3 meetings worth. And look,
Great job.
it's thank you for putting this stuff together. It's funny. I was asking you to hurry, not because it's not important. And then the very next slide, you mentioned 1929. There was like 4 oohs and ahs from council members. So this is why we do it.
I apologize to Valerie in advance for tonight.
Yeah, well, thank you for putting it together. All right, so again, now we got 3 council members in the queue. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. You're recognized.
Thank you, President McGowan, for that. I didn't know it was 3 meetings. I thought it was just 2. But Valerie's good for it. One thing I like that, I think it was Chairman Spinoza and Councilwoman Green that asked for these fiscal consent updates during committee. Very smart. So thank y'all for doing that again, because it gives us time to look at it. President McGowan, I have one question. I like that you have a area on the description, and you can put it to any of them. Area on the description that outlines the local small business and MWBE goal assigned, and then what's committed.
Sure.
But I don't, not satisfied with that. Out of 29, correct me if I'm wrong, because out of 29 items, we only had 3 local small business participation and 3 MBE that was at 100%, and then 1 that was at 15%. And of course, for MBE, we don't know, what kind of M that is. But how can we increase for our items, our MBE, MWBE goals and actualizations? Because I did see some stuff on here, I'm not in procurement or nothing, but I did see some stuff on here that's like, okay, this is not, like the cubicles. We couldn't find anybody, black or of color who can sell us some cubicles. It's $1.5 million. So what are some things that we can be able to do more locally and with minority spend, because, y'all spend a whole lot all the time, right? So how can we do better on that as we even come back to the next fiscal consent agenda in 2 weeks?
Absolutely. Well, that's something top of mind. So again, I'll come back to my history here. When I joined the administration in 2016, we had single-digit participation, and as I left going to MLGW, we had almost 27% participation, and that was something that was top of mind every contract that came through. So
can you define participation?
MBE participation, yes, sir, in all of our contracting in the city. And so now here we have at MLGW, it's above 30%. That includes locally owned small businesses, MBE and MWBEs. I'll bring that report back to you, but I absolutely agree with you. It's important for us to give opportunities, just like we did here at the city of Memphis, where we did sub to prime. What opportunities do we have out there for sub to prime contractors to bring some of the subcontractors up to prime to get more participation? So it's top of mind for me. It's something we think about every day. It's something we track. And I'll bring you back our full report, our quarterly report. I could have done it today, but I probably need to do it the next time to talk about where we are. But I could talk about all of them. The one on here that wasn't listed is Bridgewater is an MBE. That was a mistake for not having it on there, so black-owned business. But it's top of mind for me and something that we are very intentional about. We have supplier diversity, bidders conferences. We put all of our, Ms. Pate does a really good job of putting the information out there, asking people to come and bid on things to make them aware, recruiting companies to bid and encouraging them to. So we're just going to continue to grow the program to even more than we're doing today.
Sure. Can I ask that when I do want the totals for today, but when we keep doing this, can it be like on that last slide before questions that breaks down what type of M, right? And then the total spent overall, and then the total spent in percentage that's actually MBE and then local small business.
Glad to do it. We track it all the time, so I'm happy.
Do you have that for today though? Maybe.
I don't have it right now.
Nobody
Today.
I'm shocked.
Okay. Maybe somebody has it behind me.
So you always got all the numbers.
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Well, that's all true. Just putting out there, we really have to be as diligent and aggressive. I would say the word aggressive is possible, because this is a lot of money.
Yep.
And it just is just, we need the items and we need the services, but how can we be putting money back into our own community and city through things such as contracts?
Couldn't agree more.
Thank you, Councilwoman. No objections to that. Well, look forward to having that next time.
You bet.
Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that question as well, Councilwoman. And if you would add what's the work that's being done to assist or help people going from sub to prime. What are you all doing to support that effort? My question was the substation capacitor or switches. I remember in my first term, we approved a lot of money for some switches. What's the difference in those and these?
So you, in your first term, you approved money for transformers and circuit breakers. These are the switches. These is a different component. So the money in the way forward plan, and I'll have a report for you on that as well. We're replacing, Alonzo, do you remember how many transformers and maybe you don't remember. Anyway, all of the we're replacing a number of transformers and circuit breakers. Transformers take high voltage to low voltage. Circuit breakers connect and protect the system from any surges there and disconnect power when they need to. The switches are what control that. So this is a different part in that system. So, but I think you'll be pleased when I bring you that report. Despite COVID, we're going to fully execute that entire program and all of that money for all of those substation upgrades.
Okay. Now, I do remember the term switcher because it was explained that when power goes out, it's going to save us money and time out because it'll switch to whichever one is available.
Yes.
So
this is
I do remember switchers.
Right. This is a different type of switch. This is, I'm sorry, I'm not on the right. You're speaking of the distribution automation switches. We're putting 2,000 of those in. We have about 500 installed right now. We still have 1,500 to go. That's the automated distribution management system we're putting in. That's a different type of inline switch. This switch is in the substation itself.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Alonzo can give you the detail on what this switch does. Yeah, this switch is very different. And there is a lot of substations, particularly distribution substations. We have capacitor banks, and they help regulate the voltage coming out of the substation. So you switch in the capacitor bank, and you take out the capacitor bank based on your load and the voltage needs at that time. So it's not part of the restoration process, but it's part of the process that keeps your voltage at the proper level.
Okay, all right. And that one was switching to restore back because it'll switch to the one that's available. Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. Have to make sure we're listening so you won't duplicate.
Well, we won't duplicate, believe me. We got
you.
Plenty of work to do, but we can't afford to duplicate.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. We've got Councilwoman Swearingen Washington and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. So Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Thank
you're
you.
recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'm hoping with all the equipment that we are considering, that some of it will facilitate and keep our power from going off and on. This is just one of the texts that I received on Friday morning at 7:45. Has your power been going off? Mine has been going off about 3 times within the night. And this time, it's not even raining. What is going on? So I received several messages and emails on Thursday night and Friday morning, and I'm just trying to see how can we keep the power from just going on and off all night like that.
Well, that's a very specific situation that you're talking about there, but as you know, my number one priority is to improve the reliability of the system. We talked about this, where the outages were twice as frequent and 3 times as long as they were in the year 2000. So that's our aim, is to improve the reliability of the system. It won't happen overnight. It's been decades of disinvestment that caused us to get here. But I will tell you, and again, that's another report we can come back to, this year so far has been the best reliability we've had over the last 5 years. So whereas we have progressively been getting worse in our reliability, this year we are turning the corner and reliability is getting better this year. So I can't fix it overnight, but the data shows that the reliability is better this year. So I can look at a specific issue. Many of those are specific instances. Councilman Ford had an issue down in a Whitehaven area where there was a circuit that was having those same kind of issues. We did 300 maintenance actions on that entire multiple mile line till we found the thing that was causing it. It wasn't visible from the naked eye. We had to get up there and find it. So there will always be those specific things as we replace that outdated infrastructure. And specifically in your district, we also owe you a report on the Orange Mountain Initiative, where we have people out there today replacing the outdated infrastructure that has been there for too long, segregating those things out, which will make it more reliable, cutting the trees. So absolutely, that's top of mind for me, is to make sure that we improve reliability across the system and in specific areas where it's the worst. And that's what all of this is. Everything we're buying here is to help make the system more reliable, all the hardware.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. And then we have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. You're recognized.
You talked about your temporary skilled technical laborers. Did you talk about that?
I did.
My question is, and it's 800, 820, was it 800?
The amount?
Yes.
800,000. Yes,
All right. And so my question is, if they're temporary, these are temporary individuals?
Yes.
Have they been trained? And how are they going to efficiently give us meaningful, if they're temporary, meaningful assistance if with the billing system?
Sure. Timothy, you want to take a crack at that? Timothy Davis, our Vice President of Customer Care, and so this supports his area.
Thank you. And that's my first question. Then I have a second one after he finishes. Thank you.
Okay, so that specific, Timothy Davis, Vice President, Chief Customer Officer, that specific contract is for two items. One is temporary support staff. That takes about 3 months worth of training, and that's for our call center. And we've made a number of improvements to our call center. Our average speed of answer in June was 2 minutes and 37 seconds. The remainder of those additional for our customer accounts and records folks, and that is going to help give us an immediate shot in the arm for more of the simple type of work to be done, allowing our more experienced people. Some of these bills are so complicated, you can only do a couple of them a day. Some of them have to actually be typed by hand, some of the issues that we're having. And I want those individuals, my most highest skilled people, focusing on that work, allowing some of the more simpler things to be done by these temporary staff. And then if those folks can pass muster, that's another roughly 12 weeks worth of training, there is an opportunity for them to be hired permanently. We will be working to review our processes, and in this particular area in billing, looking to hire more people, and potentially these people that are temps have the opportunity to become permanent. And as we stand right at this moment, we are delivering 99.46% of our customers are receiving a bill monthly. That's a considerable improvement over what it was. Best in class in the United States is roughly 99.7%, and our goal right now is to get that to 99.5%. So we're making considerable improvements, and that's evident by the fact that our average speed of answer is down to 2 minutes and 37 seconds. As you know, it was as high as 48 minutes at some point.
What is your goal set for your customer service? You said from 48 to 2 is absolutely amazing. And so I don't get any more calls about that. So what is the average goal for customer service when they're dealing with billing and people are calling? What's that percentage? And what are you aiming for? What are you looking for this team?
When I arrived, the goal was 9 minutes, and we were I reduced that to 5 minutes, and the team has challenged me to say that they have a goal to getting it down to 90 seconds. So that's what we're striving for right now. We're at 5 minutes is the goal that we're having. We plan on reducing that to 3 minutes, and then ultimately to 9 minutes. And I want to be clear, since arriving here, I have challenged myself, our existing processes, our training. That's one of the reasons you hear about organizational change management. Our people have been my priority since hiring here, and I'm very proud of that, to create an environment for them where they're challenging me by telling me they think they can do better.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate all the hard work. I got an opportunity to talk to you when you first got aboard. And thank you for going in and improving. And I like when I hear the word policy. So there's been some policy upgrades, updates, and major changes. So thank you so much for all the hard work that you're doing in the customer service. And I'm hopeful and I'm prayerful that our constituents see it and feel it. You know, Memphis like to feel it and see it. So I hope they are feeling it and seeing it. And thank you so much. My second question is for you. For clarification, just for clarification, it's my understanding that there are 45 days required for operating expense. Is that correct?
You're talking about days of cash on hand. That's
Yes.
a GFOA recommendation.
Okay, all right. And how, let me see, how do I want to put this? Okay, I think you answered it. I'll talk to you offline about the
Okay,
other stuff.
sure. Happy to talk about
Yeah,
that.
you always are. But that's what I wanted to know.
Sure. We have an operating model. You want to have days of cash on hand. That's like your reserves that you have in the city.
Right.
So the goal is to have 45 days of cash on hand. And just to say, just plainly, we're a little below that in the electric division. The bonds will help us get there. We're in around the 30 days right now or so. That's because of the spending that we've been doing, which is what you want us to do, is to turn money into improvements in the system. We have much more than that in our water and gas. For gas, because we had 2 successively warm winters, we're using that excess cash to burn down so we keep the rates low. And for water, we have been saving that cash on hand so that when the Allen pumping station, which is $80 million, we'll have money to pay for the Allen pumping station. So all that cash is going to be used. So some days you borrow money to pay for things, other days you save up and then you pay for it when you do it. And so if there's variances there, there's a reason. But I'll get with you on more details.
That's what I knew in it. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan has a quick question, then we'll close out item 1 with the Councilwoman Walker, but Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you again, Chair. The 19 additional temporary staff positions, how are they different from, or what's the correlation or the difference between we approved a few $1 million during my first term for a call center support?
Sure. One is
what
off-site remote call answering for the very rudimentary things that Timothy uses from time to time for them to take the routine calls, just to keep when the volumes are high, they're turned on and off. These folks are coming to work with Timothy to help navigate through the existing issues here locally.
So we won't be needing as much support from the out-of-town support staff because we're beginning to hire our own staff to do that?
Well, we're fully hiring our own staff, and we hired them initially because we had that 48-minute call answer time. So I think our utilization rate has been much lower than we expected. We're still using them some to help keep that down. But yes, while we hire a full complement and use folks here to get through that billing issue, I think longer term we'll have used much less than we anticipated.
So when you come back, can you give us an update on
How
the
much we
monies
used.
that was, how much you used and how we can, reduce that if we're doing this? Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman, and then we'll close it out with Councilwoman Walker, Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. After this, we have 2 very serious items, and one is in particularly complicated. So I just want to take a moment of liberty. This is going to take me about 90 seconds, take us about 90 seconds. Today is July 9th. And in 31 days, August 9th through 17th is Elvis Week 2024. How we looking? How we looking?
Yeah, so we will have all of our stuff removed before Elvis Week happens. We've done that in the previous years, so I'm not saying the work's done, but we're going to have it all out of the way so everybody can enjoy Elvis Week. Our team knows we've given them that challenge and said, hey, this is an important week for us in our community, so we want to have all the MLGW stuff out of the way, cleared up, covered up, and then so everybody can enjoy a great Elvis Week, and then we'll get right back at finishing the work.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I yield the floor.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. All right. Item 1, we're done. Item 2, update on MLGW support to XAI. All council districts requested by myself and Vice Chair Walker. And it's 12:02. You know, we've got attorney-client lunch at 12:15, but this is important stuff. That was a big agenda, so I don't, as long as we're okay, council members, we're probably going to go a little long. I think it's an important discussion, so.
Okay, so I had a request to provide some updated information on the XAI Utilities support. I will tell you that I did my best to try to capture information I thought you would like. I didn't have a specific question, so hopefully this either stimulates more questions or answers some that you may have. First, let me say that just for reference, because I don't assume that everybody knows what's exactly happening where this is, but XAI is going to be in the former Electrolux manufacturing facility. And one thing that we should note, and I'll show you where that is, but one thing we should note is that the state of Tennessee and all of us here locally paid for that manufacturing facility in cash, $97 million from a state grant, $3 million in a training grant, so $100 million in cash, and there were no clawbacks at that time. That's why we have clawbacks in all of our economic incentives now here. Then once Electrolux left, we obviously abated the property tax pilot, and they started paying some property tax. This is located in an industrial park. It's called the Frank Pigeon Industrial Park, very heavily industrial. There are other people down there, the TVA combined cycle plant, the Army Corps of Engineers, the wastewater treatment plant, Nucor Steel, on and on. You can see some very heavy industrial users. I want to provide the bottom line up front. First of all, anytime there is a new customer that comes that is a large customer, anything over 5 megawatts of electric, we do a system impact study to determine if there will be any deleterious effects on our electric system. And if there are, before we provide power to that customer, they have to pay to remediate any of those impacts. And that is a requirement. We do that for any customer that comes on. We also have service agreements for electric service. That is customary. Every residential customer has a service agreement with us for the provision of electric service, just as companies have that provision of electric service with us. And I'll get into some details, but the bottom line here is that this company will use the existing infrastructure that was in the ground at the time that the facility was built. A 20-inch water main out front. They will just be using water. There's not even a new connection. They're going to use the water that's coming from that water main. No cost to MLGW to build anything. And they will pay the prevailing rate for water consumption that every commercial customer uses. For gas, they will be making use of the 16-inch gas main that's in the street. They paid for their own tap into that gas line, an 8-inch tap. They paid for it and built it to our specifications. There was no cost to MLGW for that, and they'll pay the prevailing commercial rate for gas consumption. For the electric, there is a substation that I'll show you right next door. There's 8 megawatts of electric power going into the facility, and they will be using that. We will increase that availability to 50 megawatts by some investments that we'll make in the substation that will cost us about $760,000. And I want to be clear, when a new company comes or a new household comes and you want a new subdivision, we invest in the infrastructure to get the power to them. So we build the new substation, we build the new transmission lines and all that to get the power there. So that is customary for MLGW to invest in that, because at the end of the day, if you think of it from a business, I'm building power lines and substations so that I can sell electric power to these customers, and that's how I get revenue back. They have requested up to 150 megawatts. In order to do that, they will have to build their own new substation. They asked us to build a substation. We said we could do it in 2 to 3 years because of the procurement timeline for transformers. They asked if they could build it themselves, pay for it themselves, and get it done faster. And we said yes, if it's done to our specifications. And that is also not unusual to have a developer choose to pay for it, and then they get reimbursed through what we call a margin allowance on their electric rate until they repay, and then they hand the keys to that substation over to MLGW. At the end, it becomes our property. So when it's all said and done, they will also pay the prevailing rate for electricity. So just as you heard, there are no incentives being sought for taxes. They're just going to pay the customary commercial rate for industrial customers. So I just want to put the map up to show everybody where it is. It is about as far west and south in our service area as you can get, the Frank C. Pigeon Industrial Park. It's, if you know where Chuckalissa or the T.O. Fuller State Park is, it's 1.5 miles west of that on Riverport Road. So the river is in the backyard of this facility. It doesn't get much further west. I wanted to show this chart because I think it's important about something I'm going to talk about. If you look at the slide there, you'll see at the bottom is the former Electrolux facility. That's where XAI is going. You'll see up and to the right is the TVA combined cycle plant. That is where TVA has a 15 megawatt combustion turbine, combined cycle combustion turbine that produces electricity. You'll see up and left there is the Maxon wastewater treatment plant. That is one of 2 wastewater treatment plants that the city has. Treats about 50 million gallons of waste every day. And I put the little note up there, the effluent discharge, that little straight line is where the treated wastewater goes back into the Mississippi River. And that's germane when we start talking about how we protect our resources here. I'm going to take a pause before I dive into it and say, the first thing that we look at with any economic development project is the stability of the system, and we do a study of that and make the developer pay any charges there. We also look at the impact to our water or our gas system and make sure that we mitigate those impacts, and those are top of mind for me, and you'll see that we did our level best to make sure we protected our future and all of our resources with the actions that we took here. So this is more detail. You'll see the XAI facility. There's the existing gas main, the existing water main. I do want to say, because it's an industrial area, that water main had 2 million gallons of excess capacity that were available for anybody, any industry that could have come down there, and we would have said, yes, there's 2 million gallons of capacity available in the line. You'll see the substation that has 8 megawatts. We'll build that out to 50 megawatts by about the 1st of August. And then you'll see somewhere that dotted line is just notional. There will be a 150 megawatt substation that eventually serves all of the power needs for XAI, but they will have to build that and then turn the keys over essentially to MLGW. So what did we do? We were notified in early March by the property owner that there was an economic development prospect. We were made aware of that prospect in about mid-March, and we began the discussions with them to find out in detail what they needed. From April to June, we talked to them about electric service agreements, gas construction agreements, and ultimately what they would need. The things that were in MLGW's control, which were water service, gas service, and the initial electric service. We also coordinated with the Tennessee Valley Authority for the larger request. Within our capability was to provide the water they needed, to provide the gas they needed, to provide the first 50 megawatts of power. Anything above that was going to require TVA's board approval, because anything above 100 megawatts requires their board's approval. That is still pending. There are some actions that they have to take before the board will approve that 150 megawatts. And I would suggest that one of them is a demand response program, and I'll talk to you about what that is. But that's our first protection against the electric grid, is to make sure that power is available to everybody when the stress on the grid is high, by ensuring that companies who are large users are participating in a demand response program. I'll explain that in just one moment. Yes.
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 The 150 megawatts, is that, and I saw that somewhere else in the article I read, is that per what?
That is 150 megawatts. That is their peak demand. That's how much energy they would use at any one particular time, 150 megawatts.
And when you say one particular time, that's what I'm saying, is that like daily?
Well, that's at a moment in time. So when you measure that against hours, you multiply that by the number of hours, and that comes into the number of kilowatt hours that they will consume. So if you think about this as the peak flow of electricity, the amount of use is that times time. Now, they won't be using 150 megawatts every hour on the hour, so you couldn't multiply that times 24 hours and get your consumption. It's however many hours you use times the peak demand, and that's what your consumption is.
Thank you.
So it's kind of like flooring the gas pedal in your car. Your miles per gallon goes to zero. You use a lot of gas, but you don't do that all the time. You take your foot off the gas and you consume less gas than you would if you were flooring it all the time. Okay, again, we've heard some concerns, and we believe that we have mitigated and addressed those, the stress on the electric grid and the additional high volume use of aquifer water. So I'll talk a little bit about those things very briefly. So what is stress on the, oh, hey, Robert, what is stress on the grid? Anytime that there's a high use in either the winter or the summer and everybody has their heaters on or they have their air conditioners on, that puts stress on the grid because utilities are struggling to meet that demand. It's when those demands happen that you could cause disruptions. We've had that happen twice in the Tennessee Valley. Once in December of 2022, when it was very cold and we had the rolling blackouts that nobody liked and everybody was caught off guard by. And then we had it last January when we ended up with a voluntary conservation request. Those were 2 times of very high use. I do want to say as a note here, remember, both of those were winter time, and our load was about 2,000 megawatts. Our all-time peak load is 3,500 megawatts. Our typical summer peak is 3,000 megawatts. In the winter time, our load is relatively low because we do not have electric heat here. People use gas heat. So for both of these events, it was the stress on the system throughout the rest of the Tennessee Valley that caused that demand. We are a summer peaking system in MLGW. So when the temperature gets hot, everybody turns on their air conditioners, and that's when we add a lot of stress to the grid. Yesterday, we used 2,500 megawatts. That was our peak. Typical summer peak is about 3,000 megawatts. So I wanted to give you that sense. This project will add about 150 megawatts to those peaks. So when you heard me say and quoted in the paper saying on a day-to-day basis, this will not impact us at all because it's well within the range of what we can buy from TVA and provide to our customers through the distribution system. You can see it. We met an all-time peak of 3533 back in 2007. We typically are around 3,000 on the hottest days of the summer, 2,000 in the coldest days of the winter. So if they were using all of the power, that'd be 2,150 and 3,150, still well within range of our system to be able to meet that demand locally.
I apologize.
You're good, go ahead.
So the 150, the peak is what this project is requesting, but for the whole city, you said yesterday our peak was 2,500.
Yeah, yesterday we used about 2,500 megawatts was our peak demand.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Good.
I had a question, a clarifying question.
Yep.
I had a clarifying question.
Okay, yeah, we got Councilwoman Logan.
I know when you said that it's 150, that's like pushing your foot to the metal. That's not gonna happen all the time.
Right.
What is in place to ensure that that is just occasional? Like if we see it increasing as a pattern or it's more than just that one time, what's in place to mitigate that having any adverse effect on us?
Well, we study the system as if it's 150 megawatts, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, every minute of the day. We study the system, say, could the system handle 150 megawatts every day, all day, every minute, and see what impacts there are. We've done the study on the transmission for this, and as I said, locally in the distribution system, that study has said that there's a 161,000 line that needs $1 million of improvements to make sure that it can meet the demand. That's on the company to give us $1 million to improve that system so we don't have any adverse effects. So we have a team of engineers that study this demand and they make sure that all the way out into the system that you don't see any adverse effects because of this increased demand. So that's what our team is doing, is looking at the worst case scenario. So yesterday, just to give you specifically, we were at 2506.99 megawatts at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So that was our peak demand yesterday.
Can you, just like we had a series of the studies you're talking about, and you mentioned y'all been dealing with this since March, can we get some information on the studies and the results of the studies, and have a session where you kind of go through that, what you all learned and what you all put in place, like we did when we were considering getting our own, supplying our own energy, just so we'll understand as well. Don't have to get technical, but just a general information.
System impact. Yeah, we do hundreds of these system impact studies every year, but we can provide the overview of the information that you want.
Just for this project specific, the high level, explanation of what you all went through and what your findings were, so we can be sure that due diligence has been done.
Yes, and I will tell you that
our customers,
our team is very protective of that, and they will look for every opportunity because, again, the person requesting the power has to pay for the improvements, and so we'll make sure that we get everything that we can to make sure we protect the system. Yeah, go ahead. So the process that's used on the system impact studies is one that is governed by the North American Electric Reliability Council. So it's a federally mandated, federally reviewed process. And so that it's governed and looked at by them, and it's in order to maintain the reliability of the bulk electric power system. Two, it is something that is very, what's the word I want to use? We kind of protect that information because it can show vulnerabilities, and we do want to do that because there are a lot of bad actors out there. So within the government, within the bounds of what we can do within our regulations and our regulator will provide something to you.
Even if we have to have attorney-client or executive or something like that, I just want to make sure that, we have done due diligence because we don't know anything. And you're talking about the entire city that we represent, and our water is all we have. Is what we have that sets us apart. And so we want to make sure that, because this is already here and we don't know anything. So that's why I feel like we need a separate private meeting to go through everything and the pros and the cons. You all studied. We don't know about the pros and the cons. We don't know about the clawbacks and, all of that. So I'm glad we're having this high level overview that's very quick, but we need to slow it down and understand the impacts and that type of thing. So I appreciate that and look forward to an opportunity to just kind of really dive deep in there. This is very serious, and it's lasting from here on out. You can't reverse it. You all have been dealing with this information for a long time, since March. We're just getting it. We heard about it in the news, and it's here. And you're talking about our water. And that's what I would like a deep dive. Just like you put on here, plain language description. I would like a plain language presentation on how this is going to impact
I'll cover water here in a minute, and then we'll happy to do a more detailed discussion of that.
Yeah, and thank you, Councilwoman. And not to jump ahead, but since you said that, I'm going to actually recommend that we have another meeting to discuss this in more detail.
Right.
And I'd imagine it would need to be a public meeting, but for the council members that want to attend. I know Vice Chair Walker, we sent an email out to council members to get some questions to you. She sent some great questions today, all sincere, great questions. And you've got board members here today. I see Cheryl and Carl. You've got a ton of your staff here today. So thank everybody for coming. But yes, I think we're going to schedule another meeting, maybe off-site for another day for us to get a lot of these questions answered. Real quick, there's a couple people in the queue. I think Councilwoman White had a quick follow-up question for the current discussion. So Councilwoman White.
But Chairman, I wasn't necessarily talking about what you said. I want to clarify that.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's a great idea as well, but I would like for the council to have if it has to be attorney-client, I'm fine with that, but the council to have it explained to us in detail, plain language.
Yes, ma'am.
And then if we need, if they want to go take it on, I love that idea to take it on a tour, have it off campus, but I was more so talking about making certain that we all understand first and take a deep dive. So when we get the questions, when we get the calls, we can help to inform the community and to answer questions and to be support for our community. But I want to know first before we go to a road show.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So noted there, and we'll get back on that. And obviously make it known to the public too what we're doing, since you've asked, and I couldn't agree more. And I'll share this with you too. I had the pleasure of spending my birthday last week at your board meeting, and there was not a cake, by the way, but a lot of great information and a lot of great questions there. So yes, agree with what Councilwoman Logan said. Without objection, I am going to set something up, and we'll have a discussion to figure out the best way to do that. Councilwoman White, you had asked.
I was just going to ask if we could get a copy of the impact study, but Councilwoman Logan already did, but I still want to be in the queue because I have
a couple of questions.
Okay.
So, but I'll allow President McGowan to complete his presentation.
Yeah, there's 12 more slides. I know Councilwoman Walker wants to speak as well. Could you go through the slides? I'll ask council members to hold questions unless there's something just urgent and pressing.
No, that's what I wanted to know, how many more slides there were, because we do have some urgent and pressing questions,
I'll hit
although
them at
we're
the high
under a
level.
time limit, but
Yeah.
still, we need to cover a little of this territory today.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay. So we talked about the electric grid stress. I won't talk about everything, but what can you do when people, how are you going to protect the grid? Well, there's a few things utilities can do. First, they could turn on peaker plants that produces short-term electricity to meet the demand. TVA has those. They call for voluntary conservation. That's what we did last January. You can activate a virtual power plant. You've seen the ads on TV where you plug your F-150 in and it lights up your house. You plug in your Tesla. That's what a virtual power plant is. You can take the power out of batteries that people have in their home and put it back into the system. So that's a virtual power plant. We have today voluntary conservation. TVA has peaker plants. With our grid modernization, we'll be able to have the virtual power plant, but we need to have some things to be able to plug into it. Councilman Warren has solar and battery, so I'll sign him up so I could take the power out of his battery to help when we need it. And then the one we're talking about today is the demand response program, and that's basically a contractual agreement between these large users and the energy provider. We have these today. MLGW and TVA sign companies up for these contracts, and it says in exchange for the provision of power, you agree that when the grid is stressed, you will reduce your load contractually, and if you don't, there are huge penalties that you have to pay. Because what that means is you reduce your load, keeps the power available for everybody else. That's what a demand response program is. And so here's what it looks like. The dark blue is a normal day. You see the maximum grid capacity. That's how much power is available to the grid. And on a normal day, 72 degrees, you never come close. But on a very hot day, 98 degrees, everybody's got everything on between, in this case, 4 and 8 at night. It looks like you could outpace the ability for supply to meet the demand.
How many companies do we have in that program currently?
Well, TVA has hundreds probably.
In Memphis, Shelby County.
Well, we have one enrolled through our MLGW program right now, but TVA has hundreds enrolled. And
Do you know how many megawatts that one company that we have enrolled now uses for peak, or what they're approved
I don't
for in
recall
terms of peak?
off the top of my head. So, but they use this program to help in the January storm, the demand response program. I will tell you that this is a program that until recently did not get a lot of attention because we always had enough power to meet all of our demands. And now suddenly after December of 22, people are paying huge attention. TVA is paying a lot of attention to this and rolling people aggressively into demand response programs. Go ahead, Alonzo. Yeah, so that is the reason why the board at TVA has to review anything that's over 100 megawatts, is to make sure that they sign up for the demand response programs and that sort of thing. So they are working to get more customers, industrial large users, on demand response programs, and that's part of their plans in the future.
All right, good, Councilwoman White?
No, continue.
Okay.
I won't interrupt. It's just when it's something specific that I feel like it's best.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah. And look, we have it's 12:25, so don't let what I'm about to say lessen the importance of this conversation. We've got other items on the agenda. We've got attorney-client meeting, so we'll end this discussion. We'll say at 12:31. That gives us 5 more minutes. Then we need to get to item 3. And then I'm going to take it upon myself and this body. We need to have a day where we can ask all of these questions publicly, all of our constituents. These are all legitimate concerns and great questions. So just to keep, I think that's going to be our plan. So if you don't mind, go ahead.
Yep, we'll roll on. Bottom line is we're going to enroll them in a demand response program to protect the electric grid. That's our number one protection. That'll be a contractual agreement in exchange for that much power. On water, I know there's going to be some questions about water. You're cooling computers using water. There's 2 systems there without getting into detail. One uses a lot, one doesn't, but they both work together to cool the computers, and that's why you're using 1 million gallons a day. This is what that system looks like, just representative. It's got a closed loop system, open loop, evaporative cooling, the power of evaporating water to cool computers. I just want to spend a little bit of time on this. XAI, as other people have done in Shelby County, more than 700 times could have applied for a permit to put a well in the ground and draw all the water that they wanted out of the aquifer. Our very first meeting, we advised them against that and said, as a first step, you need to use water that's made available from MLGW if you need water. And then we need to work on a longer term solution, just like we talked about TVA using a separate solution other than drinking water. And the company very quickly agreed that they need to look at a different solution other than using drinking water for cooling purposes. So we all agree that's in the best interest of the company. It's in the best interest of our community. It's something we've been advancing at MLGW for a number of years. And we think this is going to accelerate our ability to have a better solution for our community. Just a sense of scale, we deliver between 150 and 170 million gallons of water a day to our customers. This is going to use about 1.1 million gallons a day at its peak. Again, that's its peak demand, the most it would ever use. It's probably not going to use that much every day. Our all-time peak was 342 million gallons of water in any one day that was our peak demand. So it's well within the constraints of our system to produce. The questions are around the aquifer, and I would remind everybody that the questions that are coming up about risks to the aquifer are coming from the study that was commissioned by MLGW to study the aquifer so that we can understand how it works and we can protect it better. So we are very supportive of protecting the aquifer because we commissioned the study to determine how we best preserve it. And we continue to fund that each and every year. So more specifically in our system, this area is served by the Davis well field. That is a 30 million gallon a day pumping station. It serves everything all the way over to the airport, this industrial area, all the way down to the Mississippi line. And so on a typical day, Davis is producing 20 million to 24 million gallons of water. This will add about 1 million to that. So again, when I say there's no impact to our ability to provide that water and there's no impact in our ability to provide water to the constituents because of this, that's what I mean. It's well within our capacity to do so. What we're talking about is whether we should be using aquifer water to cool computers. And the answer is no, we should not. The answer is we should be using another means for industrial cooling, and that is what we're calling gray water. And just very briefly, you'll recall the map I showed, all that effluent, 50 million gallons of water coming out of the wastewater treatment plant. That should be treated and turned into a product that we can use for cooling. And that's what we are talking about. It's too impure when it leaves to be used for cooling purposes today. But if you put it through one more treatment process, you can make that water clean enough to be used for industrial purposes. It's called tertiary treatment. Robert Connect is here. We have been working on this for the last few years. I will tell you that during the COVID pandemic, we lost a little traction there because we were focused on some other things. But my first order of business when I took over the helm at MLGW was to talk to TVA about getting the Allen combined cycle onto gray water cooling and helping us build a facility that could provide gray water cooling using that wastewater effluent. That's why we're in the process of studying it right now. We're looking at building a 10 million gallon a day plant. That 10 million gallon a day plant can provide all of the needs for the Tennessee Valley Authority for that combined cycle plant. It can provide all the needs that we have at the city of Memphis. And remember, our wastewater treatment plant uses about 1 million gallons a day, up to 4 million gallons of peak demand in its processes. And XAI will use about 1 million gallons. So
1 minute.
in reference, this is important for our community to build a gray water plant. And I would suggest that it's not a question of if we build it, it's just how fast. We're studying it. CDM Smith is our consultant. We'll have an answer back in 30 days about the style we should build. XAI is doing a parallel path to say, I think we can build it faster and better. So we'll know in about 30 days who can do it fastest, what the cost will be. And at the end of the day, this is a win for us. Something we've been talking about since TVA put the plant in 2018. Getting this plant is something that was a win for our entire community. And so we are eager for that to happen. So,
are you saying that a plant will be built?
Yes.
Not by.
I'm saying today we have proposed that the city of Memphis, TVA, and MLGW come together and find a financing stack and a way to build this, and Robert can talk about it. and how we do this as a part of the wastewater treatment plant, how we distribute water for other people to use.
I mean, I want to talk about this for 2 hours.
Yeah, and then
But
Well,
please make it.
I'll be quick though.
And I
I've
still
talked
haven't
about
had my
this.
comments.
Yeah, I got you coming.
Okay, thank you.
I talked about this before. We're making an investment in Greywater long before XAI became even a potential customer, because I wanted to make an investment in reliable water reuse. This is water reuse opportunities. TVA came back and said they're interested. So it's just opportunity that we were already exploring. We already started the study. Now, because we're having a new potential customer, we just had to really get into the timing of it. So to Doug's point, if XAI wants to make the investment earlier and make it happen faster, that's better. We just got to finalize. We've hired CDM. They're going to give us the final ideal location and style of plant. We're calling it tertiary because these are membrane bioreactors, MBRs, that we're potentially going to be putting in. So it just when and where.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. So 2 weeks ago, I had on my black. I was black. The color was black for Juneteenth. Today, the color is green nail polish, green glasses, and we understand why the color green is important today. If you remember that one of the closing scenes in the movie Miracle on 34th Street, when Santa was on trial and they brought in all those bags of mail, I almost have those many questions and concerns surrounding this, but I didn't bring all the bags today. But I was trying to get it all printed out. I have received a whole lot of questions and comments surrounding this, and this was okay, but this ain't it. And I don't mean to be insulting, but this is not it. So for people who don't know, this is not it. There are other options, multiple options. And what you were saying, Councilwoman Logan, and to you, Councilman Spinoza, it's a both and. What you are requesting, both are needed. And if we need to do an attorney-client privilege to hear about the secret stuff, that's fine. Because if you all hadn't taken a tour of the secret building out there off of Covington Pike, take that tour.
Yeah,
but
it's great. Take the tour. Reach out.
But I guess it's not a secret anymore. But seriously, we need to, so it's three things. We need to deal with the privilege information. We need to hear that so we can ask questions. That's number one. And then what you were saying about receiving information for us to take a deep dive so we can have our questions answered. And then thirdly, and most importantly, we need to have a forum for the public where they can come and ask questions and make public comment. And I am asking, no, let me ask this first. So you all were doing a series of meetings about the Utility 2045, and you put that on pause. Can we resume that? Can we resume that tour and in place, in lieu of, or in conjunction with, do some public meetings where people can come and have these questions responded to, these questions and these concerns? Because for the purposes of today, I guess this was okay for you all, but y'all just believe me, it's just so much that is missing from this. And I saw the little equation about Larry, Curly, Mo, or whoever, y'all gonna come together and work this out. But there are other options. Are you familiar with the Mega PAC?
Absolutely.
Okay, have you all discussed the Mega PAC in this equation? Because it sounded like, she was, and those were some great questions, Councilwoman White, and all of them have been great, but about the load, and we need to be innovative. This is a very unique time in history, and we have a series of deals that weren't good deals for the city of Memphis. This needs to be a good deal for Memphis, a good deal, all caps, in quotation marks, Arial font, in bold print. This needs to be a good deal for Memphis, so we're not looking back and being regretful of things happening or not happening because it was not a good deal. the mega packs. A lot of people know Elon Musk because of Tesla, but they don't know about the batteries, the mega packs. And you talk about the grid, the stress on the grid. We need to get some mega packs. We can get the mega packs and charge them when the demand is low. And when the demand is high, we can have that energy already on hand. Because right now, we pay for energy not just based on what we use, but when we use it. So this approach could save us money. It could save the city money. It could save the ratepayers money. So I am challenging you. I'm challenging you all today. We need to be bold and innovative about this and take a look at all of the options, not just what's most convenient to plug a certain entity into the equation, but we need to take a look at what's in the best interest of Memphis. And what about these public meetings? If you can't answer today, I understand that, but this needs to be done. I have a lot of collateral that I have received around this, and I can't walk away from these constituents. I can't walk away from these entities, these organizations, these environmental groups, these coalitions. The EJ community is in this room right now. And it needs to be addressed. And I would like to partner with you, but if it doesn't happen, I still need to do something.
Sure. Well, let me just respond very quickly. Yes, we're happy to have a public forum. I think it's a bit of a disadvantage.
A series like the others, sure. So just pick up, a series, because it's going to take more than one meeting at a community center.
Thank you. Doug, if you'll just make a comment, and then I'll make a comment about planning.
So it may be, and I can't remember the timing here, but in the MLGW budget, there's $120 million for batteries. Mega packs are the batteries that we're looking at, and we have been looking at them since last year. We view this as an opportunity because this company is affiliated with a mega pack company for us to get 50 to 60 megawatts of batteries. And so innovation is in our core, and that is what we have been planning to do in our system, along with solar energy. And so that mega packs will be 24, 25, solar energy 25, 26. And so you can bet that since this company is coming and having an affiliation, that we're going to ask them for batteries to come faster and cheaper than we can get them anywhere else, because it's about a 2 to 3 year lead time if you just order it out of the company today. So absolutely, from your mouth to God's ears on the batteries, and we need those as fast as we can. And not just there, we're going to look at some pilot programs in people's homes with batteries like Dr. Warren has too, to see if we can't make that happen as well, to give people better ability to ride out storms and to give us more distributed energy there. So absolutely happy to do all of those.
Okay, thank you. And also quickly, you were saying that there weren't any subsidies. There are no subsidies.
They're not asking for any pilots from the city taxes. And again, that's probably a mayor question, or mayors plural, but as we understand it, they're not applying for any pilots or anything else, which means it's going to generate significant amount of property tax for the city.
Yes, and that'll be great.
And council members, look, we appreciate all the questions. The citizens need to know that we hear.
But it was a part too. I know you finna gavel me, but it was a part.
I'm not going to gavel you at all.
Well, I'm used to it. I'm just saying.
I'm not going to gavel. I'm trying to keep us on schedule. Okay?
Yeah. So yes, it was reported that there wouldn't be any subsidies. Are there any subtle subsidies?
The only thing, there's no subtle subsidies. We have agreements in place for electric service agreement. We have gas service agreement. There is a customary economic development gas rate that economic development projects get. That's the only one. We're happy to make that available to everybody that is customary for large industrial customers. That is a perfunctory MLGW. If you're a large customer, you get that rate because you're a volume user. But EDDR, is that what it's called? EDDR. But nothing else besides that. So we'll get significant electric revenues from this company, significant gas and water revenues from this company, and hopefully speed with the mega packs. And hopefully we'll also get this gray water facility much faster than we could possibly ever get it, so that it is a win for our community.
So Please make it so fast.
In closing, I just want to say to my colleagues and people in the audience and people who are watching, this is very important. And please indulge in me as I continue to push to get this information for the community and put it out into the community. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you. We all have a lot of questions. Thank you for the presentation today, and more to come. This is the first of many discussions on this. We've got a third item on the agenda.
Mr. Chair.
And
just move that downstairs.
I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to open the floor for recommendations.
We didn't budget enough time for this today.
Item number 2, done. Item 3, I'm going to read it.
Chair.
I'm going to read it for the record.
Mr. Chair, I have just one question.
One second, please,
Are we going to
Councilwoman.
just not ask any other questions to this and concerning this with this fluffy? I know we always wrapping it up when we come on Tuesdays.
Of course we are, Councilwoman. One second, please. Trying to maintain
I got a
order here
headache
with the
with all
meeting.
these
I got you.
emails.
I got you. So item number 3
You
on the
all out of
agenda
order.
today is a referendum ordinance to amend the charter of the city of Memphis. Same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1879 as amended pursuant to Article 11 and 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, Home Rule Amendment relative to the composition of the Board of the Commissioners of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Sutton, I'll come right back to your question.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman or Councilman Warren, the floor is yours on the item that you brought to this committee today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was an item that was brought to us by people from outside of Memphis requesting that we add 2 voting board seats or allow people to vote whether they wanted to add 2 board seats. So I think what this is it's allowing this to go on the ballot for citizens to vote whether they want to add someone from 2 people that will be nominated by the city mayor, approved by the city council. And I've received one sort of recommendation from Ms. Houston with Protect Our Aquifer, and I was going to add that as an amendment to this where it states 1 seat will go to a resident of unincorporated Shelby County, Arlington, or Lakeland. They receive all 3 services from MLGW and would have a full voting power seat. And 1 seat for a resident of Collierville, Germantown, Bartlett, or Millington. And those are municipalities that only receive electricity and gas from LGNW. So they would vote, but would not vote on any water issues since they did not receive any water. And I was going to add that as an amendment to this ordinance for our citizens to vote on. It's my understanding that the mayors and other people who brought this to us, they really just want us to vote on it, either up or down. And then that way they can tell their constituents that they have brought it to us and we've voted. So I would think that it would be reasonable for us to take this, move it downstairs, let it go for 3 readings. And if we as a body decide we don't want to vote on it, we vote it down at that time. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I leave that for my colleagues.
So are you making a motion that we vote? I need a motion that we vote on that to move it.
I vote that we move it downstairs and have it go through its 3 readings, let people amend it as they need to amend it. And then as a body, if we decide we think this is bad law, we don't let the citizens vote on it.
All right, so that's a motion.
That's a motion, yes,
Is
sir.
there a second to that motion? All right, seconded by Councilman Canale. Motion's been made, properly seconded. We'll go to a voice vote. All those in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nays?
No.
All right, then let's do a roll call vote. Regala, if you don't mind.
Councilwoman White.
Point of information for Councilwoman White, please.
The vote is, as you see on item number 3, is to move this downstairs for the first of 3 readings. We can always discuss it at a later date, and in the interest of time, I think we could bring it back to committee in 2 weeks and continue to discuss it. We can bring it back 2 more times, 3 more times. That's quite frankly why I'm voting yes. Correct. We're going to move it downstairs and get it going through the motion, and we can bring it up again in 2 weeks. So we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilwoman White? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
No.
Dr. Warren?
Yes.
Councilwoman Walker?
No.
Councilman Canali?
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington? Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Green?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Councilman Smiley? And Chair Spinoza?
Yes. So what was that?
Wait a minute, there's Logan. There's Logan.
Got one more vote.
Councilwoman Logan?
No.
All right, so that's 6 yeses and 5 nos. So majority, so sorry, JB, Council Chairman?
Abstain, but I'll change it to a no. I got a motion though. I got a motion.
And I have a question.
All right, so that item fails to move downstairs.
So I do think this item deserves a real discussion. So what I would do is I'm motioning to hold this item for 2 weeks and bring it back to committee so we can have a discussion.
Yeah.
All right, there's a motion made. Is it seconded?
Second.
All right, motion's been made, properly seconded, voice vote. All those in favor of bringing it back to committee in 2 weeks?
Aye.
Nays? No. All right, so we'll bring it back to committee in 2 weeks. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, just to address your question. So that ends item number 3 for today. And then as we close it out, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, for your comment on 2.
But Brooks can clean it up.
Thank you, President Doug, for bringing this presentation. But what has been very disheartening to me is very opens up a lot of questions. How this presentation that you all have brought, so I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilwoman. What has been so very disheartening is how you all can sufficiently and supply this that's coming to our city, and you all are just okay. I mean, no problems, but we can't get good electricity on a good day with no wind. And that's all we're saying. I just don't understand. You all come here and you bring this to us, and you come with your board and everybody just eager, and no respect to the constituents and to the ratepayers on how much or maybe a financial risk this may possibly be, but just honesty. You know, I say this all the time to all of us, to all 13 of us. Some of us have our pockets and everybody got their hand in a lot of bows, and some of us don't. Like you just said, he has battery packs at his house. I think that the mega packs at his home. Am I right, Dr. Warren, that you're experiencing?
I would love to have a mega pack, but I don't.
He has solar. I'm gonna tell you about the mega packs.
Good.
I paid to put it in.
Okay, wonderful.
Mega packs will keep us from being so dependent on others.
Okay.
Yeah.
But just
That's
these
what's not
fluffy
being
presentations
said.
you all bring to us, you know, at the last moment, and just, you know, want us to just fall right into it and to agree to everything that's going on. I think the people, and I think this whole body, you know, all of us a constituent, you know, concern, we need to know a little bit more about this. It was done without the city council even being involved. I know I wasn't involved. It may have been other parties up here involved, but I know that I wasn't. And I serve 315,000 constituents in the super district area. And most of, you know, they're poor. We know that. We understand that. But this presentation was very disheartening. Good information, but disheartening at the same time, because we know nothing. And I can say we know nothing. I got a slew of emails, questions that I have to go through every day because I work right here full time. And someone could have reached out to me and said something to me. or said something to some of us and said, this is what's happening, or this is what's coming down the pipeline. But no one did, and totally disrespected the city council. Totally disrespected. Totally disrespectful to the city council members. Totally disrespectful.
Thank you,
Nothing
Councilwoman.
towards you. Hold on, I'm about to cut it off. Y'all do that all the time to people that look like me, but other people get to go ahead and carry on.
No, man,
so this
we
is going to
respect,
stop.
I respect your voice.
I
We
appreciate
all
that.
represent
So
constituents.
thank you,
That's not the case.
President McGowan. I know that you got to do what you got to do for MLGW, and I know that is at stake. But we have to have more information, more. And we just got to have from across the board, from everybody that's playing a part in this. And I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, President McGowan, for the presentation today.
Sure.
Board members are accessible to all the council members at any time, and this is the first of many discussions on this. We all have a lot more questions. Thank you, sir. Meeting adjourned.
of Planning and Zoning. Kimberly, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman White.
Present.
Chairman Kennelly.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda today. Without objection, I'd like to move items 1, 2, and 3 downstairs without presentation and without recommendation. Any objection to that? We'll take all 3 items up in the full council. No objection. Thank you, colleagues. Item 4, ZTA 24-02, annual amendments to the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development. Request is adopt amendments to the Memphis-Shelby County Unified Development Code, all council districts. Mr. Zena, Mr. Ragsdale, you have 10 minutes, and you're on the clock.
John Zena, Planning and Development. We will speak quickly. This is our annual set of amendments to the Unified Development Code. We do this annually to identify any highlight items that have come up over the prior year that have either created issues in administration of the code or if there are particular items that changes that we want to advance. But for the most part, the changes in the annual set of the Unified Development Code changes are cleanup of things that we find throughout the year as we're using the code. So the first item that I want to talk about has to do with the community plans that are considered in the Unified Development Code. These actually were the subject of a discussion item that we had. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington requested it. It was a few months ago where we talked about the recognition of neighborhood plans in the Unified Development Code. We talked about a program that we're going to be working to establish as a part of our division. But one of the proposals was to remove a list of outdated plans. This was a subject of a lot of concern by many particularly neighborhoods that were represented on this list. So in an effort to compromise with those neighborhoods, what we did was essentially take the proposed language that we had creating the recognition program and simply add that to the existing list. The neighborhoods who are on this existing list understand what we're trying to accomplish with the recognition program. They're supportive of that. And so what they asked was that we keep the list as it is, at least for the next year, so they at least have some time to begin working on the update of their plan so that it might become enrolled in the recognition program that we create. So we agreed to that compromise, and as a result of that work by many neighborhood leaders, particularly the Midtown Memphis, we did not have any opposition to this entire ZTA, in fact, once it was presented to the Land Use Control Board. So that was the main item that generated a lot of community input. The next item has to do with some sign regulations. We had some input from Lamar Outdoor, one of the billboard operators, related to some proposals that we have. Essentially, the first item we're trying to address here is to not allow an off-premise sign to circumvent any requirements of the code by being added as a permitted use in a planned development. We actually had an instance where that was the case about 2 years ago. The council allowed for an off-premise sign to be included as a permitted use in a planned development. And as we predicted, it created a lot of confusion because a billboard has to get permitted at the local level and the state level. And the state does not recognize the planned development as as local zoning consistent with their state rules. So rather than continue to just create that loophole, we'd like to close that loophole and sort of end that confusion for good. The other item related to sign regulations is just clarifying that what constitutes copy for the purpose of being able to enforce the non-conforming sign regulations related to copy, essentially what is on the sign face, must be something that is actually at the location. So in other words, if a business closes and a building has been vacant for 3, 4, 5 years, a business having non-conforming signage that still has a name on it for a business that has not been there for years, that doesn't count as copy. We, the Division of Planning and Development, can say that non-conforming sign has to come down, even though there's still, a business name up there. All right, next, there is an element of the Unified Development Code having to do with pending legislation. We used this in the past to be able to say that anything that was pending as of second reading, we could essentially enforce, even though it wasn't fully adopted as a change, whether to the zoning code or the zoning map. Last year in the state legislative session, the state of Tennessee legislature passed a bill that said pending legislation doctrine is no more in the state of Tennessee, so we're simply just removing that out. All right, with that, I'm going to let Mr. Ragsdale finish up. I'm afraid I took too much of his time.
That's okay. Thanks, Director Zena. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. So a few items that I'll talk about. The first is cell towers. So as Director Zena mentioned, some of the things that we try to accomplish in the ZTA are things that come up over time. So with cell towers, one of the things that was removed a few years ago was the requirement for a special use permit for cell towers that are over 200 feet. We've had a few instances come in where we felt like there was a little bit more oversight needed for those, so we've added that back in. And then we've relocated requirements for co-location when companies are trying to add another cell tower, but there's opportunity with existing cell towers. So we've relocated that to require more co-location when it's appropriate. The next is dealing with mobile food trucks. And so the first defines a mobile food truck as a principal use when it is becomes stationary. We know that there are a lot of instances where those have become permanent structures and operating as permanent structures. So we define those as stationary as principal uses. Then we have a lot of instances where there are mobile food trucks that are operating in residential districts for parties and things like that, which we want to allow, but we want to be able to regulate that. So we've added a requirement for a special event permit when that happens in residential districts. The next is circular driveways. This happens on a lot of smaller lots in Midtown mainly and other areas where there are smaller lots. And what we want to do is try to eliminate a lot of these smaller lots having a circular driveway, which essentially becomes a parking pad in the front yard. So we've increased the requirements for distance and between the drives and also from the street. And so that's hopefully going to cut back on a lot of the issues that we have with front yard parking pads. The next is street name changes. This body adopted an ordinance in September 12 of 2023 to allow you to take street name changes straight to without going through the Land Use Control Board. And so we just added this to the Unified Development Code to align with that ordinance. And this is another one that we worked a lot with Midtown Memphis on and the neighborhoods in Midtown. And this was one that we see a lot of requests for variances for setbacks and also lot widths, and they're very minor usually. And so we have, right now in the code, we have an allowance to allow a 10% reduction administratively. So we're increasing that to 20%. And on the right is a list of variances that we've had come through the office that are always approved. And so we did that analysis to determine that a 20% reduction doesn't, it will allow us to do a lot more things administratively. They're essentially approved each time at the Board of Adjustment. And this one is something that you'll definitely be aware of. A couple of years ago when we did a ZTA, we increased the time for public notice, the number of days from 10, which was originally 10 in the UDC since its adoption, to 25 days. The spirit is to allow more time for the public to get the information and provide comment, which we definitely are in agreement on, and we want to continue to see that. We have had issues with getting the public notices out because we have monthly meetings and, you know, the deadlines and getting all that information and getting the notices out. So we have worked with, we had initially wanted to move it back to 15 days, but that's another thing that we compromised on, and we landed on 20 days. So we would like to move that from 25 to 20, which will allow us a little bit more time to take the applications in and process them and still allow time for the public to give comments. And with that, that was the items that we have, that were the main items.
Thank you, Mr. Zena, Mr. Ragsdale. Colleagues, any questions? Dr. Warren, Councilman Green, Councilman Cooper Sutton. Go ahead, Dr. Warren.
As I was looking through that, there was a lot about trees. What was the story with trees in there and where they're planted and how they're, did I miss something? Or?
You're correct. There is a proposal related to essentially the setback of trees from overhead
power lines, right?
Lines, right. So
were you getting a pushback for that from the neighborhoods?
Initially, but we were able to work with primarily the Evergreen neighborhood had some concerns about that. We were able to work with them and actually use some proposed language by a former MLGW employee who lives in Evergreen to come to a compromise on that as well.
Can you describe that compromise, or do you
have the staff report with you?
I just want to be able to speak to it when people ask me questions.
Certainly. Give me one moment. Well, I'll just say generally, the initial language had an increased setback of where mature trees could be planted from overhead power lines. The concern was that setback was too far, so we essentially compromised on, you know, in between in the distance, and then also made a distinction between power lines that were,
in the backyard as opposed to the front.
Well, it didn't have anything to do with front and back, but it had to do with essentially whether they were power lines that were transmitting, whether they were electrical lines that were transmitting electricity across lines, or whether it was a more secondary line.
Going to the house.
That's right.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilman Green.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to the revision as it relates to mobile food trucks in residential districts, how much is the special event permit that you're asking them to apply for, and what is the timeline for receiving one?
Special event permits are probably no more than $25, $30. It's a very simple permit to obtain, and they're typically turned around in a day.
Okay, I asked because, you know, I think about my own neighborhood, and we have a monthly food truck that just comes, and it's a way for the neighbors to get together and convene, and that will impede that ability for our neighborhood to have sort of a community event. Or, for example, we just had the 4th of July parade, and MemPops came out, and we, of course, purchase the MemPops. We agree to a certain amount for the vendor. We're trying to support local small businesses, right? But this is going to cut into their profits, and it's going to cut into, you know, if I'm a business owner and I can park my truck at Court Square and make money, or I can go out to a neighborhood, then if you're putting in extra burdens on me and extra timelines, I'm going to say, no, I'm just going to park somewhere that's not residential. We're not doing that anymore. So I worry about this impeding sort of neighborhood events and cutting into, even if it's just $25, if every time you do this, you know, if you do it a couple of days a week, that cuts into your profits as a small business owner as well.
I'd like to clarify something. So what we're proposing in the Unified Development Code is only that mobile food, this is 2.83G.
Right.
Only that mobile food preparation vehicles operating in a residential zone essentially adhere to the provisions of the Memphis Code of Ordinances and or Shelby County Code of Ordinances. Those citations are the city and county's mobile food truck ordinances. So we're not changing anything in the Unified Development Code that has to do with the special event. That's in the city's mobile food truck ordinance already. And so ultimately, the special event permit is capped at a single address can obtain a special event permit no more than 4 times in a year. But so if you have a neighborhood food truck who is just parking on the street and is there for a temporary period of time, then that's not subject to the special event permit. What this really has to do with in terms of the special event permit is if you were to hold a birthday party for your child at your house and you wanted to get Muddies to come do a cupcake truck in your driveway, you'd need a special event permit, or really Muddies would need a special event permit for that. But they would only be able to do that 4 times in a year based on the provisions of the special event permit.
Muddies or the homeowner?
The property associated with it. And the goal there obviously is that we don't turn a residential property into a special event center, which is what we see a lot in many neighborhoods throughout our community. So it's okay to throw the occasional party at your house for your friends and family and have a food truck. It's not okay to make it a regular thing that, on the first Friday at Miss Green's house, we've got, cupcakes at 4 o'clock.
We do not. I know my address is public. Please do not come to my house for cupcakes.
So that's really the distinction there. And I think so the Mem Pop's truck parking on the street, just in the neighborhood, that's not at issue.
That's what I
here.
wanted to make sure, because it's not really clear here. It just says operating in a residential zoning district. It doesn't say operating at a residence. It doesn't say, as long as you're on the street, it's okay. It just says operating in a residential zoning district. And so maybe there's a little bit more clarity that could be added in there, because to me, it seemed like if they're just coming to the neighborhood, then it's a problem.
We can look at adding clarity before second reading, if that's all right, and we'll bring that back. And again, what I'll just say is, so one thing that maybe Mr. Ragsdale didn't touch on, we don't have any definitions related to mobile food trucks in the UDC now, because we've essentially just relied on the city ordinance and the county ordinance. But there has been a lot of situations where a proposal to use a private property for a permanent mobile food truck. There's one particular vendor that has multiple around the city that has created some issues in our ability to administer the code properly, to treat that situation as a restaurant like any other restaurant. And so that's really where this is coming from. But what we don't want to do is overlook anything with how the city's mobile food truck ordinance is already written. And so that's really some of the connections that we're trying to make. But your point is well taken, and we'll bring back some clarifying language for second reading.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, followed by Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chairman. Can we go back to, I think you were talking about 20 and 25 days. Go back to that section there. All right, and so the changes are, now you're going to go to, the 25 days has proven difficult to achieve. So y'all just going to take it down to 20?
Correct. That's the request.
And what has been the difficulties? What has been difficult? What's been your barriers with the 25 and the 5 days difference that you think will make?
The main issue is having to do with getting notices out for the neighborhood meeting, having the neighborhood meeting, and then the time required between the neighborhood meeting and the hearing. If we're trying to have deadlines each month for items to be heard in the following month, the math isn't mathing, as the kids say. So we're just having a difficult time kind of turning around on that timeline. And so, as Mr. Ragsdale said, as of last year, the number was 10 days. And so we went from 10 to 25. So we just would like to pull that back a little bit to 20 so that we're still giving more notice than we were a year ago. But we feel like it will work better administratively based on the amount of time.
Okay, so we're just gonna see if those 20 days work. Okay. In my booklet, on page 7 that I'm looking at, go back to the other, where the neighborhoods, right there. The proposed change create a 2-part process in the neighborhood recognition. In my book, they're all lined out for what reason, and I want to ask about a couple communities I don't even see in here.
Okay, so the original proposal was that they would be removed, and that's in the original staff report. And then the change was made on the floor at the Land Use Control Board to keep them in this ZTA, and so what you see on the screen is how it appears in the proposal that's before you today. So all of those would remain. And so the list of plans on here they are plans that predated the Unified Development Code when it was adopted in 2010. And part of our concern with this list is perhaps where you were about to go, is that this is not a complete list, and so it somewhat favors the ones that are on here, and not just the ones that are on here, but the ones that are on here and that we know to exist, because some of them we have not been able, on this list, we have never been able to find. But ultimately, the purpose of, the original purpose of our proposal was to create a neighborhood plan recognition program so that any neighborhood plan could get some means of recognition and standing as it relates to review when a land use case comes up in their area. And so that ultimately is why we proposed the recognition program. And so I think that would probably, that would cover plans that you don't see, neighborhoods that you don't see on this list. But again, we're just leaving this existing list in here for the sake of those who had this list here, felt protected by this list here, but they also are aware that part of the compromise was that we work towards trying to get their community plans updated in the next year so that ultimately we can remove this list and just focus on what's enrolled through the program.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Logan.
So, the ones that are on this list are the ones that you had in your office, or were they sent to you? Because I do know a couple of communities in my district are not listed, and one of them was the original county seat, and I know there is an original plan for them, and I just don't see it up there. So how did you come about finding those plans? Or do you?
Councilwoman Logan, as I said, these predated the adoption of the UDC in 2010. I did not work here in 2010. I do not know where this list came from.
Well, do you all have a place where the plans are digitally? Because
we do. Many of these plans are found digitally on our website. Many of them are found. We have paper copies in our office. We have other plans digitally on our website that aren't listed here. We have other plans that are paper copies in our office that aren't listed here. Any plan that was done since 2010 is not on this list. So that's,
so just
again, the
with you
intent of
directly.
Let's come up with a different way to recognize neighborhood plans that isn't just this static list.
All right, so I can get with you directly regarding
Please.
the ones that are listed. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you. So originally, the plans were going to be removed, and then they were going to be put back.
So originally, we were going to take this list out of the UDC, and then those that were still relevant could be registered through the recognition program that we're proposing through this textual change.
But now they will just remain.
Now they're just going to remain along with our proposed recognition program.
Okay. What about the setback of encroachment from 10% to 20%? Is that still in place?
It is, and that was an item that ultimately the community agreed to essentially let that issue go, and I think primarily because we did, as Mr. Ragsdale has brought it up here, we did a review of Board of Adjustment cases dating back through 2020 to find what variances approved by the Board of Adjustment would be captured under this proposed change, and they are these 11 cases, and you can see that what we're talking about is, 3.2 foot encroachments into a 65-foot setback, 2 foot encroachment into a 20-foot setback. These are very minor requests, and in every case, they were approved by the Board of Adjustment on the consent agenda, which means there was no opposition in those cases. So I think once we were able to mine all of that background information and share it with the folks who had initially written letters of opposition, they realized that it was not as big of a concern as they perhaps initially thought it was.
And they were also fearful that they would not have the opportunity to speak.
And that goes to essentially all of these would have had a hearing at the Board of Adjustment. But again, in these cases, they were all so minor. There was no neighborhood opposition on any of them, and so they were just approved on consent.
And last, they wanted to be alerted when a change is being made to a lot size and lot width. And they still be
And
notified.
I think that has to do with, it would have required a hearing, but again, after I think seeing this information, the folks in opposition realized that what we're asking is not a substantial change enough to really cause a lot of concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, this will go down for its first reading on consent. Maybe we need to have it back in committee if there's any other questions. So I do have a concern about the food truck one. And I think part of the problem is that Councilwoman Green likes to have large birthday bashes, and you're limiting her to doing it only 4 times a year.
Well, the alternative is that we would cite her for environmental court for operating special events.
Yeah, so that. But in all seriousness, I don't know if this could be tailored or adjusted in any way. I fear that people will ignore it altogether because if it's on my property, why are you telling me what I can and can't do? And how is that different from me ordering 50 Domino's pizzas, having a bartender and a water slide in my backyard? Or what if I just tuck that food truck around the corner of the back of my house in my backyard and nobody sees it? So I just want to make sure that we're not targeting food trucks, but allowing everything else, and neighbors to only do it 4 times a year, especially if they're having, whether it's a birthday party or a private party or whatever. So I would like to discuss that with you further before we get to third reading. Any other questions?
Is it coming back to committee?
Could you come back in 2 weeks to further discuss? Thank you, gentlemen.
We'd love to.
Thank you so much. Anything else before P&Z?
It's been working hard.
We're adjourned.
keep all of them muted. Everybody on this body. Before I mute myself. It is, I believe it's July 9th, 2:46. We're promptly on time. I call the executive session of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Hyman, I think you've been doing this for a while. You know what to do.
Councilman Canale?
Here.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Present.
Councilman Ford?
Present.
Councilwoman Green?
Present.
Councilwoman Logan?
Present.
Councilman Spinoza? Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilwoman Walker?
Present.
Councilman Warren?
Present.
Councilwoman White? And Chairman Smiley.
I think I'm here, holding up. All right, we have a few items on the agenda today. We go to the first item on the agenda, discussion of police residency requirements and MPD policy and procedures. Item number one, discussion of physical, I'm wrong. Item number one, discussion of physical consent agenda for July 9, 2024. All council districts requested by myself. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? This item 9 on the full agenda. Council members, it's a resolution accepting $400,000 in grant funds to support operation of urban forestry program. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Memphis Parks. Anyone in administration wishing to speak to the, well, first of all, is there any council members wishing for a presentation and discussion of collecting funds? No discussion items on this. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? P and the chair, the ayes have it. All right. Now, the second item on the agenda. Thank you, Ms. Hyman, for correcting me, as you so often do. Discussion on police residency requirements and MPD policy and procedures. All council districts requested by a lot of council members. There's just a couple council members on there. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington and myself. I believe the mayor is here to speak to that particular item. I believe that's why you all are here. I'll just open up with a few comments. We all received, well, at least me, I speak for myself, we received multiple text messages and calls and media inquiries, particularly about, the policy changes, whether a policy was in fact adopted by the police department, and related to individual who used to work for the city of Memphis, and what was going on with that. And, one of the things that I wanted to do is, I know some things we allow the administration to deal with, but sometimes certain things rise to the point where council members need to voice their concerns as it relates to a particular item. I think, we have budgetary control, but sometimes we have to use our platform to get items addressed the way that our constituents want them to get addressed. So I wanted an opportunity for us to have a robust conversation, as many council members had asked me to do, and this is an opportunity to discuss what's transpiring and where we are with MPD. And I will take one brief moment to say that the fact that we're talking about MPD policy and procedures, and I look out into this room, I do not see the Memphis Police Department here. Bothered by that, but I'm sure the mayor and Chief Adams and Chief Gibson, Chief Fouché will discuss that. And I'm so glad to see you, Attorney. Absolutely. All right, so with that, Mayor Young, the floor is yours. Chief Adams, the floor is yours, and then we'll take questions or comments from this body.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just say a few remarks and then open it up for the body, because I do agree that you all certainly have the purview, and this is the platform to share any concerns or issues and things that we need to work on. And I also want to assure you that any questions you have around the residency policies of the city and MPD and every other division, we have the people to answer those questions here right now. So though that will be addressed. With regards to the individual, I wanted to kind of make some of the same statements that I made to the media yesterday directly to this body. One, Assistant Chief Jones did have an apartment in Memphis. So he lived in Memphis but he also had his home in Atlanta where his wife lived. And so in terms of residence, I just want to clear up that he did live in Memphis. He went home periodically and clearly he voted there. But that did not drive the decision that we made to move on. We made that decision based on what we felt like was best for the department. And so I'll leave that one at that. And if you have additional questions, I can respond to it. And if you have direct questions for MPD's residency or residency within the city, certainly we have the team here to answer those questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Young. I know Councilman Warren is in the queue. Councilman Warren, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I need some legal opinions here. Is my understanding that I know we had residency rules that we initiated, but I was reading, I thought the state went and negated those. Is that the case, that our residency rules have been negated by state law?
So Tanera Gibson, 125 North Main, yes, Councilman Warren, to an extent. So on May 24th, 2022, Governor Lee signed a bill that was passed by the General Assembly specific to first responders of municipalities. They carved one municipality out, but with respect to the rest of them, it did negate any residency requirement whatsoever. And so by that, it's not, the statute actually reads, you can't take any basically adverse employment action against a first responder regardless of where they reside. All they have to do, but the department can implement response time requirements. So you have to be able to respond within the 2 hours, which I'm sure you've seen circulating. And so the statute permits that, but otherwise you could technically live the way the statute is written in California. If you have somewhere that you live close enough, you have another residence close enough, and you can get there within the time period prescribed by MPD, that is all the law permits at this point.
I guess my next question is for the makers of, I guess we're not really bringing anything to the floor tonight. We're just trying to figure out what are possibilities that we could bring to the floor that would be legal. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, do we have a resolution coming tonight?
Item number 2, discussion of police residency requirements, MPD policy and procedures.
But no action item, correct?
Discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Councilwoman Green.
So remind me again when you said the state law became effective?
May 24th, 2022.
May 24th, 2022.
Yes.
And when was Mr. Jones hired?
So Chief Jones, well, Mr. Jones now, force of habit, I apologize. He was hired September 13th, 2021. The city's residency policy at the time permitted 6 months to become compliant, to become a Shelby County resident. And so by our calculations, the bill was passed, and the bill was passed during that time period. The governor signed it May 24th, so 6 months and 11 days after he started.
To become a Shelby County resident, you said. But it is clear that from his voting record, unless there has been some falsification of his residency in the state of Georgia, he was never a Shelby County resident, right?
Well, right. So that was, he had the 6 months to become a resident under the city's policy when he started. But the law changed immediately. Well, the law was passed and it was signed immediately after that. So 11 days after his 6 months, Governor Lee signed the bill, signed the law enacting no residency requirement for first responders at all. And it's so, for Chief Davis, only the head of the department can we impose residency requirements on now. That's it.
I understand the impetus behind the state legislation because we are in dire need for first responders and to be able to, pull from other places to get people to be here. I certainly believe that it is better to be a resident of the community, just like all of us up here have residency requirements. I think living in our communities makes us better representatives. But my understanding is the MPD policy remained the same until maybe a day ago, which was that you have to be able to respond within 2 hours. And again, having an apartment here and having a residency here are two different things, right? And I don't know that we still, or ever will, have a clear picture of how much time was spent here versus in Georgia. And I think really that's truly more of a problem for Mr. Jones than it is for us at this point, because if he really was a resident here and was holding himself as a resident of Georgia and voting in Georgia, we've seen issues with the Chattanooga police chief around that. But it is concerning to me that the number 2 in command, and I just, I appreciate you taking action swiftly in your administration, early in your administration, Mayor, on this issue, because I received so many messages from so many people that said, we've had mass shootings here in Memphis. We are dealing with these road closures where we deal with any number of things on any given day. And the idea that the number 2 person that Chief Davis said over and over again, she relied heavily on, could not be here within 2 hours is problematic, in my opinion, even if it's not illegal or maybe against policy at this point. It's problematic because we need people to be able to be here and respond in real time, right? And I just want to say that and voice that because that's what I heard over and over again from the constituents. And, I know you can't drive from Atlanta to Memphis in 2 hours, and I've been in Atlanta's airport. It probably takes longer to fly out of Atlanta than to drive from Atlanta. So I want us to make sure that we're continuing to put the citizens of Memphis and their safety first. And I think that was really the impetus behind the policy of the 2-hour time, that's been there for so long. So I hope that we continue in that vein and that we hold people accountable when there's questionable residency. Let's put it that way.
So if I just might respond, thank you for that. I just wanted to say that I've been in office for 6 months, and I've gone on the scene to a lot of, unfortunately, tragic events. And when I've shown up with MPD, Chief Davis, and AC Jones was there. So I know that he has been showing up. Now, he's not here anymore, so it doesn't really matter. But I just want to reiterate that he had both places. He was there. When I showed up, I saw him.
All right. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington's out the queue. Councilwoman Hooper said, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chairman. What is very disheartening, which is my favorite word here in Memphis, Tennessee, is very disheartening, is this. Mr. Jones is gone. So whatever your agenda was, whomever your agenda was, he's gone. And so it worked. It worked. I don't think that an adult man that's been in the police service or me as a responsible person would even lie and say that I lived one place and wasn't here. From fact, he had a residence here, and his family lived somewhere else. The news, we got all this from the news. None of this was all this was from the news. I got all my information from the news. And so what's happening is, and I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna say it on record, blackballing black people needs to stop. This the same crap that killed MLK. Your lies, your personal agendas. Memphis Police Department has a job to do. We got enough violence. We got enough behind the scenes stuff going on. We need to try to work together. The man is gone now. He's gone. So what's the point? What is this discussion about? The attorney has given us what the state laws are. Am I correct? Mayor Young definitely said that he did not fire him or did not get rid of him or whatever it was in that 16-minute interview with the news was residency. It was police morale. Am I correct, Mayor?
That is correct.
Police morale. So stop it. He's gone. He's gone home to his family. Let the man be.
and let's move on. You all go on and on and on and on and on. This 13 body is here to represent this city and try to move the needle and move it forward and quit fighting amongst each other. We can't move. You all want, that's all you talk about. My constituents, and we want to move. Stop it. Let's love each other, treat each other right, and let's get it right for Memphis. Jones is gone. Her right-hand man is gone. But you better try to focus on who is behind her now, because it's possibly that you're gunning after her. Because if I had somebody, and if I was in her position, in anybody's position, I would want to bring somebody that I could trust, that know that had my back. And so he's gone. So let it be. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Council. I'm muted. Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. So I just heard something about morale, and I got it from the media, so that, you know, the issue about the residency. And I did wonder about some things, if I may quickly. Was there excessive absences? Was there a record of being late, tardy, derelict of duty? Did any of those things apply to his tenure?
Not to my knowledge, but
No.
So it was just based on morale.
Yeah, there were no time and attendance issues with regard to Mr. Jones.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. So I have one follow-up question. I know there's been some changes with policy. What's the current policy as it relates to residency and time to report? I know there was an update that sent out. I do believe we should have a very public discussion about it.
There was an update. The former policy essentially said you follow the city's policy. The city's policy at the time did not have a carve out for first responders to reflect the change in the law. So MPD's policy being written that way was not accurate anymore because first responders didn't have to respond. So the policy was updated to reflect the change. So it's currently, we can't take any adverse employment action with respect to based on residence for a current employee, first responder, or an applicant. So you can't even consider in the application process. The two hour requirement remains to respond to an emergency or call out, which are the two situations where the state has said we could regulate the response time.
All right, and I do know, shout out to the media for doing a good job for once. Is there any language concerning the criticism policy that went out? I don't know where that is. I think it went out, then there was something to say, oh, this was a mistake. Is it back where it is, or has it been altered, amended? I don't know.
It is not there. It is removed.
Just removed.
It was a lot of cooks sometimes.
A lot of who?
You know, you have a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Cooks, okay.
So a lot of cooks, a lot of input.
No, you
from
from Memphis.
I am indeed. And once it was appropriately reviewed, it was removed. So there's no criticism policy.
All right. Is there any questions, concerns, criticisms, critiques from this body? All right. We can move on from this item. I think we have thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief Gibson. Thank you, Chief Boucher. We appreciate your diligent work. And Mr. Adams, I don't know if we should thank you yet. I just think you should stay in here. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Come back. My bad, everybody. My bad. I make mistakes. And Brooke tells me I make mistakes often. And today was one of those days where Brooke's been correcting me a lot. My apologies. Councilwoman Logan, I am so sorry.
That's okay, no problem. It's just, I just wanted to know, based on everything that we've dealt with from when we first started doing residency to now, to the inability to reach our full complement, to the morale, to the state of crime in our city, do we feel that, from what I understand today, we can set our own policy and they have to follow the MPD's policy? Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying we can't establish any residency requirement for either the first responders, which
Response
includes
time.
the dispatchers. We can set the policy for response time.
Oh, that's
Only
what I'm talking
emergencies-
about.
for
Response
emergencies and
time.
call-outs.
And everything right now is an emergency in this city as it relates to crime. So, and everything is a because that's the point I'm getting at. Because of where we are, we can set our own response time. Do you feel that a 2-hour window is an appropriate? And I guess this would be to the Mayor Young and Chief Davis in our absence. Do you feel a 2-hour window is an appropriate response time for Memphis, Tennessee right now? It's just what I would say. Because it's for first responders, it's specifically police.
I think it's appropriate. It's an appropriate policy. I mean, our goal with I think the state's goal rather, when they removed the residency requirement, was such that people within the region can still work for that police department. And I think 2 hours allows people within the region to be able to get here, still be employees of the Memphis Police Department. It allows us to do our recruiting around the region and not just focus on the city of Memphis. And so I think it's a reasonable time.
So, and is this policy in place for, the response time would be for any rank and file, anybody, officers, higher ups and everybody. So is there a percentage of employees that would live 2 hours away? Because we already have a long wait time complaint. I wouldn't want to wait 2 hours. I would want to wait 40 minutes if I have an emergency and a crisis or been shot or, whatever the case may be. Is there a percentage of those officers that would be appropriate or inappropriate to have them live 2 hours away? Because I know we have a problem reaching our complement goals. So I really want to make certain that we're looking at that and how have we determined, or what caused you to determine that would be appropriate? I'm just asking.
So I'm gonna answer this, and one of them can correct me. But the 2 hours is really about reporting to work. It's not the response time to an action, to an incident. And so we intend to have enough employees at work at a given time such that they can respond anywhere within the city to an incident well before 2 hours.
Okay.
But the 2 hours is just the reporting time. If you are asked within 2 hours, you have to come to work.
And that's a fair, I'm just looking at the fact that we don't have enough, and if anybody can take 2 hours to get to work, will we ever, do you think that would ever be problematic?
So let me chime in. I think in 2000, me and Brooke having a sidebar here in 2020 or 2021, 22. Wow, we're wrong. January 2022, Brooke wrote it. So the council had a discussion then when we were considering whether we want our office to live
inside the city or not.
So you remember,
yeah.
a part of that discussion also included response times, whether it should be 2 hours. We talked about an hour, 30 minutes.
I remember.
We also even came in, we started talking about mileage, what's appropriate.
Yeah.
And then I was talking to Brooke about, where we ultimately ended up. But what ended up happening is
the state
said you couldn't have residency requirements, and that's why we shifted the focus to then what would be the appropriate response time. Not response time, reporting time for the first responders. But
as versus response time. And that's my only concern was back then we were having a conversation. We're having a conversation now because of the residency. But I wanted to know, what did we feel was healthy and appropriate in this climate? And so not that we look at what the state is saying, because we're the ones living here, we're the ones experiencing the break-ins and all of that. I just want to make sure we're having realistic conversations about what is appropriate, what makes sense, and what is right for our citizens. So thank you for that.
All right, Chief Adams, he was here.
Councilwoman, if you recall, not only
I really can't. I'm having trouble hearing you. It's a lot of chatter. chatter in the room. If you could speak up a little
All right,
bit.
all right, colleagues, council members, we're gonna channel Councilwoman Logan's favorite word, decorum.
Yeah.
We're gonna cut down on some of the side chatter so
Yes, ma'am.
everyone can hear.
I'll try to speak up as well. So if you recall, we did go through several iterations of referendum, and the voters spoke, with regard to allowing our first responders their opportunity to live. But then we, through our HR department, have done some wonderful things, as well as HCD. Mayor Young, during his tenure as director, worked to develop programs that would incentivize employees, first responders, to live within the city. So we do have incentives that would allow first responders to live within the city. And then, of course, I think you all put some caveats around a lot of our take-home car program that would allow them, or kind of mandate that within the take-home car program, they would live within the city as well. So we've done a great job at trying to create and infilling some of our first responders to live within the city as well. So I like to, give us some credit with respect to making sure that we do incentivize our first responders to live within the city.
So I think, so we appreciate your work on that. And, I'm a look at Attorney Wade over here. That's a really good space for the foundation. All right. But I do think Councilwoman Logan brings up a valid point. Maybe we revisit the conversation or we have someone come to us to talk about how we landed on a 2-hour response time. I think that's appropriate at this particular time. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. I don't know who to look at because there's too many lawyers in this room for me as a practitioner. But at an appropriate time, could someone come and talk about how we landed? I don't even remember how we landed on a 2-hour response time. It's been a lot happened since then.
And I do appreciate the things that you all have done to incentivize living here. Hopefully we can continue to do that, because that shows that everyone feels that's important, especially our citizens who call and have to wait. So I'm glad, Chairman, I'm glad you mentioned that, so we can continue the conversation, continue to, land on best practices for the city of Memphis.
I keep saying response time, reporting time.
Reporting time, just getting there.
We're getting it together. So we have 2 more questions.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Janice Washington, and then Councilwoman Walker, and then I'm going to act like no one else is talking, and we're going to move to the next item.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier this morning, we had Parks here, and Director Nick had come. We had Public Works and Solid Waste, and we had Philip Davis, and Connect was here. We had the Public Safety, the Fire Department had come. We had MLGW. We had President McGowan. When we had Planning and Zoning, we had Director John Zena. And I'm just wondering how happened that we have a police discussion and we don't have any police representation.
I can speak to that. I asked her not to come because I made the decision to move Jones, and I felt like I should sit in front of y'all and speak to it.
All right, so I think what council members are getting, and I do appreciate you coming and speaking to it. We appreciate you also making the decision. I know council puts a lot of pressure sometimes, and sometimes we feel like we're closer to the people, whether that's true or not. I can't speak to that, but we feel like we do a good work and we hear from the people. I think going forward, when we have discussions, whether you're speaking or not, if it's an item that concerns a particular division, I just think it's appropriate for division leaders to show up as well, whether they talk or not. Just be present so they know whether council members.
I can assure you she's watching.
Okay. All right.
She hears every word.
All right. So.
You said leaders? Did you say leaders? All the leaders show up? Not representative, but you want the actual leaders. I want to get clarification.
So, Councilwoman.
Yes.
You were not recognized.
I was not, sir.
Okay.
You're exactly right, Chairman.
All right. So, thank you. I appreciate your work. Were you done, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington? Mm-hmm. And I think Councilwoman Walker was in the queue, and then Councilwoman Cooper said you want to be in the queue after Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, Chairman.
Absolutely.
So Chief Jones was terminated. Chief Jones was terminated based on morale. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, at a broad level, since I've been here for 6 months and I have talked to officers, I've talked to people throughout the community, his name kept coming up. I don't necessarily disagree with all the decisions that he made. I understand many of them, but for whatever reason, he had been a lightning rod. And as we go into this next chapter, as I mentioned, we've been here 6 months. And so the training wheels phase is over. It's time to run. And I feel like as we get ready to run, we have to make sure that we can bring all the troops along with us. And I thought that it was a decision that was necessary to move forward.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
I just want to make note that Congressman Cohen's office just left the room. I'm not sure what we did to pique the interest of the congressman. Is there anything that Congressman Cohen wants to share with the body? You know, whenever the congressman, sends folks or comes himself, we got to acknowledge you all. I appreciate it. Thank you. Councilwoman Walker, are you out the queue? Yes. All right. Councilwoman Cooper said you're going to close us out. And I'm just going to.
Thank you, Chairman. When you said leadership and, you would, moving forward, you would like them present. And so no representation. You want the actual directors here? Is that what you're saying? Because I just want to make sure.
So what Councilwoman Swearingen Washington correctly pointed out, she went through every committee and she talked about
correct
all the different directors or presidents being present when this item was being discussed. Whether it's, President McGowan or Weaver, we want someone representative of that organization to be present. I think that's fair. Director.
So it could be anyone?
Director or deputy. All right. So
okay.
That's what I mean.
That's what I just wanted to make clear, make sure I understand, because I don't like assuming. And thank you, Mayor, for clarifying that you did ask her not to. So thank you for that. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And what I will point out is, we don't always hear from the top person, but, there's been several occasions where Chief Sweat has to be elsewhere, and then we hear from Colin as well, some of the deputy directors as well. So, it doesn't have to be the top person, but it does need to be a deputy. And I do want to shout out the deputies who do show up. All right, can we move on, council members? All right, appears that all hearts and minds go on this particular. Yes, I didn't miss anybody. All right, thank you all. All right, the next item on the agenda is an economic update from the Greater Memphis Chamber, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I feel like I'm missing somebody else who requested this particular update. Councilwoman Green, just because she looked at me like I was forgetting something.
Yes, she does.
And there's a little shade, and I will note, I'm trying not to break the gavel like my colleague here, but we are having a lot of chatter. Mr. White, name, address, affiliation, and there's some people in the room with you. Could you please introduce some folks? You may have a shady character behind you. I'm concerned.
No way.
There we go.
Sorry, public schools. Bobby White, Chief Government Affairs Officer, Greater Memphis Chamber, 100 Peabody Place, 38103. Delighted to be here with you. To my behind us, we have Diamond Young, who is the Director of Marketing with the Greater Memphis Chamber, and to my immediate right, you'll hear from in just a moment, is Gwen Fisher, the Chief Economic Development Officer. Just very thrilled to be here with you all. I know the time is short. I will just take a few moments and then I'll hand it over to Gwen regarding our being able to give an update or just share some information regarding our most recent announcement of XAI. I do extend apologies on behalf of President and CEO Ted Townsend, who could not be here because serendipity being the thing. He is actually on a call that he's taking for the team with XAI. So he's not here and does extend his apologies. I do want to just share three things because this is maybe the first time that we've had an opportunity to speak to this council as currently constituted. So just give a couple of very quick points before handing it over to Gwen. I do want to just flag the fact that we are a membership organization that is not supported by local government for our operations. When we think about the business community and what the business community does, keep in mind that the recruitment and retention work that we do, being the tip of the spear for economic development. We're the ones on planes traveling around the world and doing those things to recruit businesses to Memphis, that work is supported by the business community. Second thing that I do want to bring out is that in terms of the importance of the role that we share and serve in, I know that there have been some concerns about the announcement regarding XAI, but the beauty of the position that we're in, not being in government, is that we are not able to have FOIA requests. One, and number two, we are under an NDA that will prevent us from sharing certain things, of course, but we will give as much as we can to intimate about what is to come. With that said, I'll turn it over to Gwen Fisher, who is our Chief Economic Development Officer.
Hello, Ms. Fisher.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much again for the record. Gwen Fisher. I serve as the Chief Economic Development Officer at the Greater Memphis Chamber. We're at 100 Peabody Place, 38103. A little bit about my role at the Chamber, and then we'll talk through the XAI project, and again, happy to answer what questions we can. But as the Chief Economic Development Officer, I joined the Chamber about 18 months ago after serving almost 10 years as the Regional Director for the Tennessee Department of Economic and Community Development. I'm a lifelong Memphian, and I'm just absolutely crazy about this city and have served it my entire career. As the Chief Economic Development Officer, our team works to grow the regional economy for everyone. It's a very broad mandate, and as Mr. White said, we are fully supported by investments from our business community. And I tell people it's kind of like restaurants. You ever notice that restaurants do better when they're grouped together? Businesses do better when they're grouped together. And the more we can get here, the better our economy will be and the more our economy will grow. So our theory of change is to work to increase the number of high quality jobs throughout our community. That's what my team and I do. And then we have another portion of the chamber that works to ensure that our residents have the skills to get and keep these jobs. And we believe that with these two efforts, we can see a lot of positive change in our community. So any questions about what I do? Great. Let's talk about XAI.
I think that's what, go ahead, Ms. Fisher.
Sure. And I'm serious. Stop me anytime and ask any questions.
I've been eager to hear more about the project because, most of us are, if not all of us, are kept in the dark about what's transpiring and the economic impact. So please feel free to share whatever you know.
Okay. So again, a big part of our work is recruiting new businesses to the area. Why? We also work to help existing businesses, and that's really important. Those are some of your best jobs to create, but you're never going to get that expansion unless you get the new business. And recruiting new businesses, I tell people it's a lot like the difference between buying new living room furniture or adding on a whole master bedroom. It adds to our economy. It's new money to our economy. So on March 3rd, well, I'll back up just a little bit. As you all know, the Electrolux building was officially decommissioned at the end of 2023. And it was one of the most sought after buildings in the country, over 750,000 square feet of really, really great manufacturing space. And so we had been showing it to a lot of companies. Not surprisingly, on March 3rd, we got a call from the building's owner that they had a company they would like us to talk to. And we had to sign non-disclosure agreements before we could do the phone call. This is true for almost every project we do, because these are companies that are considering moves that have impact on the global economy, and they have impact on other jobs sometimes. Sometimes a company might be thinking of closing a factory in one city to open their factory in Memphis. They don't want that getting out. Those are people's jobs. I want those jobs in Memphis, but so non-disclosure. We get on a phone call, and I'll be honest, I had to Google the folks on the phone call because I'm just not a very cool person and I didn't know who I was talking to, but we were talking to folks very high up within the family of companies that were interested in this building. But they had a very, very aggressive timeline. If you look at other artificial intelligence investments that have been announced around the country, most of those are 2 to 3 years out before they're turning anything on, plugging in any computer. These guys really wanted to be up and running by June 1. This was March 3rd. No city in America had been able to do it. We said, yeah. So we said, you know what? I bet we can. I think we can. Y'all know Memphis is unique. When we want to hustle, we can hustle. Yeah. So it is unique. But so we hustled, and the question was really a path forward to provide sufficient power to the facility. And I have to say that MLGW was a fantastic partner in really coming to the table with the company and trying to figure out what that looks like to provide the power they need. I am no engineer, so I don't understand. I can't speak to how they did it, but the company was impressed. 2 days later, they said, let's keep talking. 2 days after that, they said, present a real plan for a path forward.
So they asked you all for a plan to show whether the project was feasible or not, and you all, I guess, gave them a plan. Well, you probably.
Yeah. Okay. Well, not me. Engineers that are much smarter than me.
Like, hold up. Nah. Gotcha.
Press pause. I can barely plug in the toaster. But the engineers really working with MLGW, the company, and TVA for figuring out how to get power. And we sent that over to them. They said, yep, this looks good. We're going to present it to our leadership and CEO. That was presented to their leadership on a Saturday. And the leadership said, look, if they're serious, they'll get every one of the people we need on the phone call on a Sunday afternoon. So we had over 30 people on the phone on a Sunday afternoon.
Ms. Fisher, let me ask the council members any questions. Do you have any specific questions?
Okay, then I'm going to shorten this and keep going.
They won't. It sounds like they won't.
I'll stay as long as you want.
No. I got it. They
want me to come back?
That sounds like what the council's ultimately wanting. Okay. So what I will do, though, to make it more specific to what the council members want, council members, can you send? We're going to bring you back in the Economic Development Committee, and we're going to just set off 30 minutes or so, because it seems like there's a lot of inquisitive minds here that want to ask more specific questions.
Sure.
And then also, what I would like to see, for me in particular, when you come back, because we're going to send you a list of questions from council members. When you come back, in 2 weeks, I want to know how the council can help. Because, for us, our job is to figure out how we can serve our constituents the best. And we feel like we're left out in the project because our constituents expect us to answer all the questions. So we have another full council meeting downstairs now, essentially. But in 2 weeks, I'm assuming Mr. White can get it done. Yeah. And could you bring Ms. Fisher back with you and Ms. Diamond as well?
We will, and we will also, to the extent that are the questions that you have, we will get as much information as we can just to ensure we're giving you a scope, because I think the other part of this is that there are things we can't talk about, but I can tell you that the future is bright. And so we're very excited about what is to come, and we want to make sure you have what you need to be able to speak to constituents because we are not engaged in that way. Being a membership organization, we're talking to our members, but not necessarily talking to the community at large. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fisher. I hope we see you all back in 2 weeks in the Economic Development Committee, because Councilwoman Green is really territorial about this. All right, let's get to the last few things. Thank you. See you in 2 weeks. Resolution. So item number 4, resolution to amend FY24 operating budget and carry forward $250,000 to FY25 operating budget. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. There's a request for same night minutes. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Yes.
You're muted.
Yes, I was informed that the budget had already been pretty much closed. Those funds were encumbered. So therefore, we needed to move it to the new budget year. It's the same amount of money and same.
So this is the same resolution that you presented before, but we have to present it again because the previous funds were already encumbered. We're just trying to, okay.
Yes.
All right, I have a good understanding. Has it been appropriately moved? Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Espinoza. Is there any questions about what's happening here? Yes, so.
It's the same.
It's the same thing. So what happened is when we passed it 2 weeks ago, we did it with funds that have already been encumbered. So we have to do it in the.
They had closed the books.
They've already closed the books. So
you're amending the budget to move it forward.
So we're amending the budget so that we can actually do it.
The money is there. Yes. Yes.
Any other questions? All right, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 5, ordinance Allen don't leave, Attorney Wade don't leave. Item number 5, ordinance to amend Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinances of Memphis, Tennessee, governing motor vehicles and traffic to amend the registration fees. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request to add it on for first reading tonight. Attorney Wade, could you briefly talk about what's transpiring here, and so we can go ahead and take a vote on this item?
This is Alan Wade.
We know
you're a
you're
lawyer. This is basically a technical amendment to amend some terminology in the document to make sure it's effective when adopted, which means that it will start applying to registrations occurring thereafter, amend some of the current fees to correct them, and then to correct probably a handful of fees. And there's probably maybe some amendments to some of them going forward, but this gets it on the table and moves it down the road so we can get started. The quicker we get it adopted, the quicker we can get it started.
All right, thank you all. Thank you, Attorney Wade. Can we get this item appropriately moved? Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Espinoza. All those in favor? To the first reading tonight. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right, so that brings us to our add-on items 39 to 48. And item number 39, ordinance renaming the Lincoln Park Pavilion in honor of Hazelmore as Hazelmore Pavilion in the city of Memphis, sponsored. District 4 Super District sponsored by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington and Councilman Warren. There's a request to add on for first reading.
Mr. Chair, we also had a request to see if we could get all of our council members.
I'm about it. Yeah, we can do it. We can do it toward the end. All right. Item number 40, a resolution to allocate and appropriate to transfer $1,316,000 of compounded interest for Accelerate Memphis bonds to fund cost overruns for projects associated with Accelerate Memphis. District 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, Super District 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. there's a request for same 9 minutes. I'm just gonna, I want somebody to come speak to this. Item number 41, resolution to allocate and appropriate and transfer 1.5 million of FY24 CIP funds to PK03007 for contract construction and AE for repairs to the Bellevue Tennis Center District 4 Super District, sponsored by the administration. Request the same 9 minutes. Item number 42, a resolution to approve intergovernmental agreement between the City of Memphis and Shelby County government for animal housing and rabies tax and fees collection. All council districts sponsored by the administration request the same 9 minutes. Item number 43, a resolution to transfer and reallocate FY 2024 solid waste funds to pay actual remaining forecast fiscal year invoices and remaining balance impasse economic packages. All council districts sponsored by the administration request the same 9 minutes. Item number 44, a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds to the Marintale Pump Relief DW project number SW02108 to relieve the sewer pump station at 3997 Marintale Avenue with Gravity Sewer System District 7, Super District, sponsored by the administration. As requested, say 9 minutes. Item number 45, resolution to accept 2024 reducing diesel emissions for a healthier Tennessee funds for the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, the amount of $140,000 to be used for partial funding for the purchase of 2 ambulances, item mitigation systems. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Request the same 9 minutes. Item number 46, resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate 2021 Hazardous Mitigation Plan Update Program funds for the Department of Homeland Security in the amount of $1.5 million to be used for scoping activities and eventual design and construction of project number 52. District 6, Super District, sponsored by the administration. This request the same 9 minutes. Item number 47, resolution to accept additional grant funding in the amount of $74,835 for the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency Hazardous Materials Emergency Preparedness to be used for training and planning. All council sponsored by the administration. Request the same 9 minutes. Item number 48, resolution to transfer contract construction allocations from Drill Tower Improvement FS02033 and transfer architecture and engineering allocation from Fire Station number 11 Renovations FS02008. Appropriate funds in the amount of $577,560 for fire prevention renovation contract construction FS23105 District 5, District 7, Super District 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. This request the same 9 minutes. Item number 49, referendum ordinance to amend charter of the City of Memphis, same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1879 as amended pursuant to Article 11, Section 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee. Home rule amendment relative to the composition of the Board of Commissioners or MLGW. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Warren. There's a request to be added on for first reading. Item number 50, resolution to amend FY24 operating budget carry for $250,000 for FY25 rate budget. All council districts sponsored by Chairman Smiley, I guess, which should be, I don't think I look like Jamita Swearingen Washington. Jamita or Janice, sponsored by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Is a request for same 9 minutes. Book made a mistake. Ordinance to amend Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinance of Memphis, Tennessee, govern motor vehicles and traffic to amend registration fees. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Request the same. Request to be added on for first reading. Colleagues, item number 49 related to MLGW will go down tonight with a negative recommendation as an add-on for first reading. There's a long explanation, but if you have a question, ask Attorney Wade, something that we're required to do. It will also be back in the MLGW committee to be discussed on July 23rd, 2024, if anyone has some additional comments to be made. Item 51 related to vehicle registration fees we add on for first reading will be heard in executive session on July 23rd, 2024. If you have any questions, concerns, or comments, you should have been paying attention as I read everything through. The same 9 minutes items are 8, 9, 15 through 38, 40 through 48, and 50. It doesn't appear that any committee has any council member has anything to say. All right, see y'all in a second.